offer is for a limited time only, so you have to act quickly. If your home needs new windows and doors, then call the experts at Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
You'd love new windows, but you don't want to pay a fortune for them. Well, January's a great time of year thanks to Window Nation. Right now, they're more affordable during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 Windows free sale. Plus, you could get them with 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. If you're feeling cold drafts from your windows, or seeing fog or mold around the frame, or paying a lot more for heat than your neighbors are, it's time for new windows. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Visit windownation.com now.
Start the new year right by receiving 3% cash back on every purchase when using your American Heritage Cash Reward MasterCard. From now through January 31st, 2026, you'll earn 3% cash back on every transaction, from groceries, gas, and gifts to everything in between. Plus, receive a $150 bonus reward when you spend $1,500 in the first 90 days. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/cashback. Insured by the NCUA. Not a member? Join today. Equal Opportunity Lender.
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you're never injured on the job, we mean it. But if you should suffer a work injury, we'll work quickly and tirelessly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And we mean it when we say there are never any upfront fees, ever. And we only get paid when your case is over and you get paid. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
New year, healthier goals. So what's for dinner tonight? Hatfield marinated pork tenderloins, of course. Pre-seasoned, packed with protein, and oven-ready in about 35 minutes. Hatfield makes fresh starts easy, even on busy nights. And with family-favorite flavors like savory brown sugar, Texas Smokehouse, Tuscan herb, and honey garlic teriyaki, everyone gets a dinner they love. For recipes and where to buy, visit simplyhatfield.com. Hatfield, better care, better pork.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
When it comes to your home, you shouldn't have to roll the dice with a small contractor or pay the high prices of a giant one. At Lemus Remodeling Group, a family-owned company, you get the perfect balance. From roofing and siding to windows, doors, and gutters, the Lemus team delivers quality work, honest pricing, and a home that feels brand new. Call 610-GO-LEMUS to schedule your free consultation today or visit their website at golemus.com. Lemus Remodeling Group, nationally recognized, neighborhood trusted.
Hey everyone, I'm Josh Radner, and I am so excited to tell you about How We Made Your Mother, a rewatch podcast looking back at How I Met Your Mother. And I'm here with Craig Thomas, who co-created the show along with Carter Bays. Hi, Craig.
Hey, Josh. Somehow it has been 20 years since the show premiered. I'm going to check the math on that. 10 years since it went off the air, and we thought that made this a perfect time to look back, see what the hell we did, and why the show still seems to resonate with fans around the world today.
Follow and listen to How We Made Your Mother wherever you get your podcast.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
You know, in the Trump administration, there are no matinees. This guy is just a workhorse. Trump Force 47 in real time. So what's the president doing? And I'll just give you some headlines really quick before our distinguished guest. There he is. I see him in the hopper. Is that what we call it, the hopper? President is greeting the attendees. Actually, he's speaking, getting underway. This is his rural healthcare roundtable that has been planned. We knew about this about mid-December. So who's there? Ag Secretary Brooke Rollins, HHS Secretary RFK Jr., among others, as well as Dr. Oz, who is the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Administrator. But also, this is one of the things that I had talked about that I wish we had the ability to borrow money interest-free so we wouldn't have to pay taxes on it from our own, tap into our own 401k funds for home down payments. So that's another one of these things that the National Economic Council Director, Kevin Hassett, who we just played just a few minutes ago, another thing that President Trump, he's thinking outside the box. He's coming up with this. Another story that I didn't even get a chance to get to is this home wrecker lawsuit, if you will. And this is Arizona Senator, remember her? She's a, what would you say, a switch hitter. She plays on both teams, if you will. This is Kristen Sinema. And had the big security detail, spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on her security detail, raising a lot of eyebrows. And so now she's being sued by the ex-wife of Sinema's ex-bodyguard for being a homewrecker. And this is one of those laws that it's a rare law. It does exist in North Carolina. So Senator Kristen Sinema being sued by an angry ex-wife who blames Sinema for being a homewrecker. Just some of the stories and headlines we're talking about. Woo. Dan Borowski, our greatest executive producer. Is Rich Zioli here?
Well, yeah, thank you.
I see him.
Yeah, the first of our ever Rich Zioli. Let's reboot those leftovers, Dawn, that we used to do. Rich Zioli's weekly appearance, sponsored by Tri-County Toyota and Tri-County Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Royersford. Look for that big American flag. How you doing, Rich?
Hello. Hi, guys. Good morning. It's great
morning.
to see you both. And I love that we're starting the show with some girl-on-girl action story. I think it's good. I wasn't expecting that. It's
Woo!
a good way to get a Friday charge going. I love it. Wait, Sinema cheated with the
alleged,
the wife
I guess,
was married to a woman.
No, this is Sinema being accused of cheating with a man. Because remember, she switched. She's a switch hitter. She's a known. She's on the record for being an equal opportunity lover, men and women. Right, bisexual or is that pansexual or I don't.
She
even
was
know.
Bipartisan.
Bipartisan, yes.
Bipartisan every way.
So, but North Carolina has this law on the books that actually says you can sue somebody or blame somebody if they interfered with your marriage, and that you can sue somebody. Not most states have. It's kind of like if you get in a car accident and they say, well, it's a no fault. Most states have gone to the no fault divorce because maybe they worried about clogging up the courts. So in this state, in North Carolina, though, you can blame somebody if you claim they're a homewrecker. So in this ex-wife is very angry and says Kristen Sinema was a homewrecker. and she
So
ruined my
basically,
marriage.
if you're gonna Carolina, I guess is the takeaway. I mean, don't have fair.
Yeah,
but if you were going to choose one of the 49 other states, I guess would be
not
trying to
not so obviously Kristen Sinema is in Arizona. The former senator is an Arizona resident. However, the ex-wife lives in North Carolina.
Yeah.
And
No,
so
you got it. South Carolina. I mean, that should be their motto. Come cheat down here. You can't get sued, you know?
But she's accused of being a biggity big home wrecker. Wow. And now she could have to. And here's the thing. So then it sounds like this big headline that I looked it up, Rich, and she's suing. It's only $25,000. It's like, you know.
Yeah.
So she's Heather Amell, mother of 3, ex-wife of Sinema's former bodyguard, accuses the Arizonan of destroying their 14-year-long marriage and sustaining quite a long love affair. And they went on trips around the world and did psychedelic drugs.
Ooh. Wow.
So the interesting thing to me is this is a totally, even though she's an angry ex-wife, she's a total enabler because she's saying you stole my man and you drugged him. Not really blaming the husband. So there's that.
I mean, it is. But I have to say, I miss Kyrsten Sinema in the Senate because she was actually one of the more reasonable Democrats. Like she, didn't join in all their craziness, and she left, and Joe Manchin left, and now you only have John Fetterman to kind of be the voice of sanity in the Democrat Party. So, it's.
Now
This is better.
Kyrsten Sinema. Maybe she was satiated in other ways, doing other kinds of crazy stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? You never know.
Yeah, no, look, if you're going to go across the aisle and you're going to reach across the aisle, we don't mean a literal reach
around
across the aisle. Right. Yeah, no, that's not, what we were ever thinking. But
we're wholesome.
Hey, her definition of a reach around is different than ours, Dawn. What can we tell you? We're much more wholesome.
What's your definition, Rich?
I wanted bipartisan cooperation, Dan. But in my browsing history,
which is all about recipes of pasta and pizza dough.
Yes, like when you reach around and grab the flour from the other counter.
Right.
Yeah.
You guys keep breaking up a little bit. I don't know if it's the stupid Zoom, the Odyssey Zoom.
Yeah, it's probably the Odyssey Zoom.
Yeah, the Odyssey Zoom stinks.
Low
We've been
energy.
using vMix for my podcast, and it's been working great. Which, by the way, could I ask everybody who's watching on YouTube just to do a real quick favor for me, if they could? And this will only take 2 seconds. All they got to do is just, how you guys are always like youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Can they go to youtube.com/@RichZioli Show and then just hit the subscribe button, and then they can come right back.
Let's all do it together.
Just do that real quick.
Wait,
youtube.com/@RichZioli Show.
@
Yeah. And then they can just quickly hit the subscribe button, and then they can come right back.
Okay. Are we all doing it? Is everybody doing it?
Can everybody do that for me?
Can everybody do it?
I gotta get to 1,000
We're just staying here until Rich gets 1,000. So.
Yeah. I got to get to 1,000 subscribers so that we can be able to share the video on the WPHT page, so that people who are listening at 6 o'clock and watching at 6 o'clock can actually see something other than just a blank face with a picture from when we were in Afternoon Drive together 10 years ago. And I guess there's this viral trend now, 2016. Have you guys heard about this?
A viral trend? What?
Yeah, so everybody's been posting pictures from 2016, and it's some stupid trend where you post what was going on in your life in 2016. I only know this because Dana Perino and her assistant, TikTok Kate, were doing this, so now it's all over the Fox News page. But 2016, we were in Afternoon Drive. We were in the height of Afternoon Drive. Claire was born. We were in Utah. I was in Utah. I was giving her a bottle in the closet, talking to Ivanka Trump while I was giving Claire a bottle. That was the election year. That was a crazy year.
Why are people? Yeah, I see this. USA Today. Why are people posting photos from 2016? What to know? about the trend. Yeah, it's all over
Yeah.
People magazine. So for us, it was all about, well, for you, it was you and Bridget, obviously, it was about having
Does anything
babies.
friggin' work at Odyssey? Anything work? Like, why does the Zoom have to be choppy? Honestly, now that I'm not an employee and I'm an independent contractor, I can say this because I got my last paycheck today. Why does anything
What's going
work
on
there?
on your end, Rich? It looks fantastic on our end.
Yeah,
to be quite
you look
honest.
good.
Yeah, you're not
No, it
chopping
just
out.
I hear the audio break up a little bit here and there.
Yeah, no, we're not getting
And
any
it just
audio
gives
break
me-
up here. Yeah.
All right, good. So everything's fine. And I just like taking
Look
shots
at
at
your
Odyssey.
face.
So
Yeah, sorry about that.
So which celebrities?
viral trend. Yes.
Yeah, viral trend. Did everybody subscribe to Rich's thing? I hope you did. Because we're going to check on you. We're going to send the thing police and make sure.
Go over there and do it, and then you can come right back
Do it
and
till
then
you're
watch this.
satisfied.
It'll take you 2 seconds. 2 seconds.
So I guess Snapchat filters, the chokers, saturated pictures are making a comeback. 2026 is the new 2016 trend featuring the following nostalgic things taking over people's social media feeds. Throwback photos taking center stage, celebrities, social media users. So I guess we should all put out, what we were doing.
Yeah, we should do that, Dawn. We should put some pics from Afternoon Drive on WPHT from 2016. I think that'd be awesome.
Well, the truth is, isn't that when we started Leftovers? So
We
that's
did.
what we're doing now, Leftovers.
We
Not
did,
sloppy
yeah.
leftovers, high quality leftovers.
High quality, the highest quality leftovers.
Highest quality.
There was nothing sloppy about it.
Nothing.
So thank
that a
you
bad
to
thing,
No.
all the people who are watching right now. They just have to go over to.
Is that you? Oh, no, that was Dom.
It wasn't
No,
me.
who was that?
No, that was Dom.
That was
That
not
sounded like-
me.
I think it
What a
was-
mess we're having here with this technology. This is great. Yeah. Sorry,
Love
sorry
it.
guys. Yeah, my fault. Hey, can we jump into Minnesota by chance? I would love to get Rich's opinions on the situation that unfolded, the riots, the ICE situation, Dawn.
Sure.
Is that possible? Christy Noem talking about it. First off, let's hear what she had to say.
Do you have any plans to pull out of Minnesota?
No
And
plans
how
to
would
pull
you-
out of Minnesota.
And
We
how
are.
would you describe what you were seeing on the ground there? Would you describe it as an insurrection? And do you believe the president should invoke the Insurrection Act?
I describe it as violent and a violation of the law in many places. I discussed with the president this morning several things that we are dealing with under the department and different operations. We did discuss the Insurrection Act. He certainly has the constitutional authority to utilize that. My hope is that this leadership team in Minnesota will start to work with us to get criminals off the streets.
So, you think about the tale of two different media worlds, and it really is like Stranger Things. I don't know if you and Bridget are into that, but it's like the upside down world. And I feel like we hear us, right? Rich Cioli, Dan Borowski, Dawn Stensland. We are the only ones that know about the portal where we can cross through into the underground world and show you both worlds, because there are some people who don't even know about the other world because of the media they're consuming. That's how I would describe it. And so for who is it, Nick Sorter? He's reporting on this, but there's no honest reporting on any of this. Even if you listen to local news, Rich, which we all consume everything so that we can, right? On one hand, you hear people saying, oh, these agents committing insurrection, committing violence. Then you hear the other side, and luckily things are caught on video, but they're saying these ICE agents are in peril, they're in harm's way, and they're being attacked, and this is a self-defense move. So to me, it's really a war over messaging.
Dawn, I couldn't hear the clip, but I got to see Kristi Noem, and really that's all you really need to do. You know what I'm saying? So check that box. But when you go back to when Barack Obama was president and they did a ride along, CNN did a ride along, and he talked about this, and they were all gushing over ICE. You got Clinton's radio address to America in 1994, 95. He was talking about getting rid of people who are in this country illegally. It's night and day. It really is. And it's just the way that the left is able to just change, just do a 180 on something. So when Obama's deporting people and they're raiding people's houses and they're dragging people out in front of their kids and all this other stuff, you get one question from the press corps. The White House press secretary is up there like, well, I'll refer you to the Department of Homeland Security. And then that's it. There's no riots. That's it. and then when President Trump is doing it, you have everybody going out in the streets and protesting, being fueled by all this dark money and everything else. But it simply is just a matter of they just do a 180, and what they one time supported ICE agents as heroes, they're now the devil. So, it's a real shame that they do that.
And so I would just say this, Rich, that for me personally, I think we have to think of the original Swamp Fox, Francis Marion, right? Who was the father of guerrilla warfare. I think in the media, this is guerrilla warfare because the media is now complicit, and the media does matter, right? The messaging matters. I simply think if I'm with the Trump media team and even Kristi Noem, they have to come together and figure out how they can get on top of this, control the messaging, and explain to people, number one, here's who we arrested. Here's the mugshot. Here's the rap sheet. You decide, do you want this individual in your community? Also, I think they have to be stealthy. They have to go in the middle of the night. These have to be like a high ops situation in the middle of the night, laser focus. Think of Maduro. Boom. They go in, they they extricate the person, they extract the person, and they do the arrest. Not with all these citizens standing around where then somebody, God forbid, like overnight, right? Last night we heard of the family not involved, trying to drive through. And what happens? Some kind of a canister explodes under their minivan. They get trapped in there. I don't even know who it came from. I don't think it was ICE necessarily, but now you have a 6-month-old that was treated in the hospital.
I think that it's so incredibly frustrating to think about this notion of the people pushing these protesters into the streets. And that's what they're doing, right? They're pushing them into the streets. They're trying to get them agitated. You've got an irresponsible governor, an irresponsible mayor who are throwing gasoline on the fire. Why? And they're doing this to hide the fraud. I mean, that's what it comes down to, Dawn. They want to hide the fraud. And the more that we're talking about clashes in the streets with ICE in Minnesota, then we're not talking about the fraud that Nick Shirley's presenting. And every day there's more stories coming out about fraud in Minnesota. I think this is what Tim Walz wants. I really do. I think he wants to see the chaos in the streets. I think he wants to push everybody out there and battering rams and tear gas. And then it's a deflection away from the massive fraud. What are we talking? Anywhere from $1 billion to $9 billion, maybe more than that.
Crazy.
And it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. But I always feel like with these people, everything they do is coordinated. It's like they always have a plan. And in this case, the plan is to distract and deflect. Don't look over here at the fraud. Look over here at the ICE agents fighting with protesters in the streets. And it works because the corporate mainstream legacy media covers that. They cover that story, and it's all they talk about. And it's almost like the fraud stuff is like it almost like it never happened. It's just the news cycle has completely shifted away from that. So mission accomplished on their part, I think.
Yeah, and even if let's say you are somebody who's not well informed and you say, "Oh, I heard about this. I'm going to look it up." If you look at the headlines, there are these I don't know, off book publications that have headlines that try to what's it called when you want to scramble a message, like scramble the scanner or whatever. So it's a media scramble. This is literally warfare. There's the real welfare fraud scandal. Another headline, what's really happening with childcare fraud in Minnesota. So now you have these other publications that we've never heard about, all of them trying to flood so that if somebody does search Minnesota daycare fraud or Somali fraud, whatever, you're going to be scrambled. You're going to see these other things that blast the Trump administration.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right about that. And that's the goal. And if you were to go back to 2016, when ICE was doing literally the exact same thing, back then they were heroes. So if the viral 2016 trend continues, you go back to when the brave ICE, that's when CNN did that ride along. I'm pretty sure it was 2016. And they went to Chicago and they actually arrest the wrong guy at first. This guy comes out, he's a painter. They arrest this guy. And then they go, oh, it's the wrong guy. It's his brother. And he tells them where the actual guy that they're looking for is. If that happened now, they would be like, look at these racist ICE agents arresting just any brown person they see. The first brown person they see with a bucket, they go and arrest them. They're just a bunch of racists. CNN framed it at the time as, oh, they mistakenly arrested the wrong guy. And that's exactly what we're talking about. If we're going to go back into the DeLorean, the 2016, these ICE agents were heroes. They were taking down criminals. They was dangerous. They're going into the streets of Chicago in the freezing cold and taking bad guys off the streets. Now they're the Gestapo. They're Nazis. And they're literally doing the exact same freaking job and enforcing the exact same laws that were on the books 10 years ago in 2016. And that's why it's so phony. It's so duplicitous. But I heard the other day, Waltz made this accusation like Donald Trump wants the chaos. I don't think Donald Trump wants the chaos. I think it's the left that does. The left wants chaos. They want to see the fighting in the streets. These groups that push these protesters out there and to agitate the more that keeps happening, the more it looks like America's tearing itself apart. The reality is America's not tearing itself apart, but that's what they want to show to everybody, I think.
Yeah, and so I think as far as the Somali daycare fraud, all of that, they have to get out front of this. And it's not just about one, YouTube young investigative reporter, right?
Right.
So and this, as we've been reporting, Nick Shirley facing those threats after exposing this, but that's just the other thing. It's not just him, right? I mean, the feds were investigating this. Maybe he brought it to the public because he's a huge influencer. But in this one, I will simply say that until they bring forth some of the details, get out in front of it, it's really, to me, it's not about the facts. It's about the messaging.
The messaging of the child leering centers. How about, they spell leering wrong. Isn't that amazing?
What's leering?
Leering. It's so creepy to think that they would have a leering center where children are.
Leering
if you're going to spell one word wrong, learning is the word you spell wrong. So it's leering center. It's just so friggin' creepy. Look, I think you're right. People need to understand this isn't, I think maybe people don't grasp the fact that these are federal tax dollars we're talking about. And then maybe they're like, well, I don't live in Minnesota, so what do I care? It's not my money. No, it actually is your money. These are federal dollars that were abused here and stolen, repeatedly stolen. And then I love, Dawn, that there's fraud tourism. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, come to Minnesota and get in on the action. And there's nice brochures for people who want to come and steal money and scam money. As far as the messaging goes, people need to realize that this is just your money. It's federal dollars that were taken and stolen. And it's all happened under Tim Walz's watch, the single most incompetent doofus in America. How that guy wound up on the ticket, right? Isn't that something? With all this scandal and everything else, and they still, and he brought nothing to the table, and it was a state they were going to win anyway. Why would they pick him?
I think it shows you Kamala Harris's mindset that somebody who is strong and strong-willed and smart, right? They always want people on their team who they say, these are the best of the best. These are the brightest people. These are impressive people that I want to tee up for the future. But that's not her. It shows her level of insecurity, in my opinion.
You could, and I think that Josh Shapiro just didn't want to go anywhere near that train wreck dumpster fire. He had nothing to do with that. No way. So he walks in there and he's like, all right, so if I'll basically be co-president, right? And then they didn't pick him. And I think he did that on purpose so that they wouldn't pick him. I think he knew it was going to be a disaster. That's my guess.
Yeah, I called it Pennsylvania Passover at the time, but the truth is it was the Temple University. Remember, they were a temple. I think it was the Leah Chorus Center, wasn't it? And so he was good. He was actually so strong, and you thought, ruh-roh, he's just a little bit stronger. He's too strong. He's too good for her and overshadowing her. So you kind of knew he was doomed. Pennsylvania. Passover.
and doing it purposely. Not that they maybe never would have picked him because he was Jewish anyway, and there's such anti-Semitism in the party, but why get involved in what's going to be a disastrous campaign? But she had other boring white guys she could have picked. I mean, if you're going for an average, everyday, boring white guy, which is apparently what the Democrats were looking for to balance that ticket, why not go with Mark Kelly from Arizona? Why not go with him? I mean, it's a battleground state. He's a boring white guy. This was even before he put out his Seditious Six video. So he was an astronaut, military guy. I mean, why not go with that guy versus Tim Walz? And then they say, well, she wanted somebody she was simpatico with ideologically. So you put two people with very crazy socialist views on the ticket. Okay, fine. But still, you know that this fraud scandal is there. And I think it goes to the arrogance and the hubris of the Democrat Party in general, thinking that they can keep getting away with this crap. And this is why they keep losing, right? Because they just figured they would just scream Trump convicted felon over and over again, and they would win.
It's a sin.
And right?
Really quick here, because Jimmy Fallon turns 2. It's a toddler reunion. When my kids were toddlers, naked with a cupcake. What are you guys doing?
Whoa.
Well, it's that went to a very strange place. We rode the elevator together yesterday at Fox News, up and down.
Wow.
That's okay. No, I asked him if he was having a party. He said no. He's doing the show tomorrow night, and then he's got to head out to do a stand-up special. So
I thought maybe you were. I don't know. I didn't know. I thought.
I'm not jumping out of a cake for him or anything.
No.
If that's what you're thinking.
That's what I was thinking.
Been on the lingerie and no.
Dan, why do you feed into her perversion?
Is I gonna hop in and ask you to tell us about the great Tri-County auto dealers there, Rich?
Well, am I done here? Are we hanging? What are we doing?
Well, you gotta do. Dan's, he's keeping us on the rails here.
Well, I thought we were
you gotta
for a
do
half
something.
hour. We can keep going. I love having Rich.
Yeah.
You want to stick through the top of the hour?
I love you.
Yeah, stick through the top of the hour for a couple minutes.
We got Trump he's supposed to be talking about the rural health stuff, and now he's talking about Greenland. He's all over the place. Oh my gosh.
Can we hear about Tri-County auto?
Do you have a guest? Do you have a guest?
Have a guest
or not?
11:15.
11:15.
Yeah.
So
all right.
how
about I hang with you to 11:15?
Let's do it.
Okay, let's do it. But you got to talk about something.
Tri-County.
Yes.
Talk about it, baby.
Let's
Love
do
it. So our great friends at Tri-County Auto and Brian and Cheryl Krieger, who I met through the Travis Manion Foundation, they're wonderful people and they support our veterans and law enforcement. And they're my official car sponsor for the show. And I love Tri-County Auto, and they're right on 422 in Limerick, and they're easy to get to from everywhere. And they got a lot of great specials going on right now. So recently, President Trump came out because Toyota made a huge investment in America, and he said, go buy Toyota. Well, if you want to buy Toyota, they've got great stuff going on right now, including you can lease a 2026 Ram 1500 Bighorn for $499 a month for 39 months. You can get 0% financing for 60 months. It's Toyota Truck Month, where you can lease a new 2026 Tundra all-wheel drive Crew Max SR5 for $479 a month. But if you want to go American, baby, I get it, because I drive a Jeep Wrangler. They've got a special going on right now on Jeeps as well at Tri-County Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. They got a special going on the Jeep Willie, the 2026 Jeep Wrangler Sport Willies for just $389 a month for 39 months. Best thing to do is stop by the dealership and say hello. They're great people over there. They'll take great care of you. They're never going to hassle you, never going to pressure you, just give you a great experience. TriCounty.com, Tri-County Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and Tri-County Toyota, TriCounty.com.
As the owner, coach, and quarterback of your small business, you call the shots. From inventory to payroll and more. Now it's time to bring in LendSeek, your funding MVP. No delay of game here. Get up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours for business lines of credit or term loans. Let LendSeek's AI marketplace assist you in making the winning play and score that touchdown. Apply at lendseek.com, LENDSEEK.com.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325 on back-to-back weekends. The new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam! Let's go!
One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go!
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month, only on Paramount Plus.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions like you are tuning into Newsmax.
You're watching Newsmax on cable. You're going to our streaming channel, Newsmax 2. And you're downloading our free Newsmax app on your smartphones and TVs. Reuters Institute says we're now one of the top news brands in the nation. Every night, watch great shows with Rob Schmidt, Carl Higbie, Rob Finnerty, and more as they expose the big media lies, the Washington swamp. And they're never afraid to talk about faith, freedom, and the values that made us great. Find out why Newsmax is the fastest-growing news channel in America. Make the switch today and join our news revolution. Get Newsmax on cable, on streaming, and download the free app today. It takes just seconds to start. Let President Trump know you stand with Newsmax. It's for real news, for real people. Make the switch today.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000. Use code SAVE to get up to $1,000.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Al Budicus. I've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2007. Today, inflation is taking a big chunk out of whatever money you have. Every time you look at the TV, whether it's eggs, gas, vehicles, something else is going up. Money's just trickling away, but at Crash Proof it doesn't. Crash Proof Retirement is an inflation fighter. Any money I made, I'll never lose it. You could take out what you need to take care of your financial needs, to cover the cost of inflation, and your money's still growing. There's nothing better than that. Since 2007, I have no fees, don't pay for anything. My money's safe, always was safe, always there, always growing. Thank you, Crash Proof Retirement.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event happening at the William Penn Inn on Tuesday, February 17th, starting at 5 p.m. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
News headlines this Friday, January 16th, 30 degrees, Arctic blast with the forecast. Man, it's cold out there and some code blues. President Trump, what's he doing right now? He's participating in a rural health roundtable. You may recall the White House made this announcement about mid-December that states would share $10 billion for rural health care through the Rural Health Transformation Program. And Trump had talked yesterday about Trump RX. A show of force. This is the U.S. military forces on the move to the Middle East, including a carrier strike group, aircraft, land-based air defense systems. This from U.S. officials And this as President Trump, is he considering military action in Iran? We're talking about that this morning. And then the big meeting with Machado yesterday. Norwegians not happy today. I'm talking about President Trump. He met with Venezuelan Oppo leader Maria Corina Machado. She gave her Nobel Peace Prize that she won last year. The Norwegians not happy about it. Nobel Institute speaking out saying, a Nobel Prize cannot be revoked, shared, or transferred. No, you can't do it. You're sharing.
I love that impression. That's fantastic. It's like a hot Swedish chef.
And we're reliving old times with my dear friend. I'm his Padawan still, Rich Zioli, our executive producer, Dan Borowski. Yeah, baby. Yeah, the Norwegians.
Sorry, I just had to get the yodel going.
Yeah, the Norwegians.
I love it.
Yeah.
So I'm stenciling.
I don't know.
So I do have a Swedish grandmother. My gram, she used to.
Really?
She would go into cursing in Swedish, but
that's awesome.
Yeah. So the Norwegians are not happy about this.
Aren't you a descendant of Vikings?
That's right. Stensland is Norwegian, but my one gram was Swede. So there you have it.
So the Norwegians are not happy. What are they going to do about it? Screw them.
Stunad. That's what I hope it's not a dirty word, but that's a stunad.
Stunad is not. That's the Italians. We call that stupid. Stunad.
Okay.
Stunad. It's stunad.
And then a fient. That was another word.
Should I be censoring these?
Yeah, it might be bad. Like, I hope it's not.
I've always wondered, when you curse in another language, is that supposed to be censored on American radio?
I don't know. You want to practice, though? I'll say, here, hit the dump button.
Ready?
No. I can curse in Italian if you want, but I don't want to get anybody in trouble.
No. Yeah, let's not do that.
But then the people in the YouTube chat will hear it.
That's true.
So ready? I'll go like this.
Do it.
Baffangulo.
I dumped it. I don't know if I was supposed to.
This is international. It's F words in all the different languages.
Yeah.
Fions and fangulos.
Oh.
You got it all.
Should I dump
it? There's did it again. Look at that.
Okay, I dumped it, I think. I hope.
I thought it was something.
I don't think the FCC has jurisdiction over the Italian language.
No, do they?
No.
I don't think so.
I don't think so. So what do you do?
Like, you can curse in Spanish when you have like a half Spanish TV show that's on ABC. As long as you're speaking in Spanish, you can say the F-bomb.
I don't. That's a great question. I don't know. How do you even say the F word in Spanish?
I don't even know.
Like, for example,
I know how it starts with a
P. If we
P.
go bloody hell, bloody is like a curse word in England, right?
True.
It's not a curse word here, so I can say bloody hell.
But see, it's all to your point and to what Dan was saying. So yesterday, Michael, my son and I were watching some show, and then they were speaking in a different language. The smart TV automatically transcribes it into English. So we put on the CC, the closed captioning, really quick, so we knew what they were saying. So, like, if you're watching something with Minneapolis and the Somalis are speaking, or their low energy mayor is speaking, trying to speak Somali,
low energy mayor,
right? They will actually translate it for you. So they can't get away with these little, like Zioli would say, the fugazi, trying to, I can speak the other language. We get it because we can see it right there.
That mayor is low energy. I mean, he's such a loser. He's such a beta male.
He is.
The whole thing when he came out and he said F ICE, and then he's like, I support law enforcement, blah, 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 blah. But he sees that there's going to be an opening in the governor's mansion. I wouldn't be surprised if he runs statewide. All of these people have political ambitions, and everything they do is motivated by their political future. Everything. None of it is ideological. These people do not believe in any of this crap. They're just literally using this to try to launch their political careers. That's all it is. There's the lack of sincerity in these people is just, it's so infuriating to me. Are there true believers? Like, does Congresswoman Ilhan Omar genuinely love her brother who she married? No. She did it to get him a visa. And then she made $30 million. You know what I mean?
That's nasty.
Congresswoman brother lover.
The brother lover.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you bring up the greatest point, and that is how disingenuous they are. I was trying to think of a movie, or it's like the stereotype of a Southern woman who just rips you apart but says, bless your heart. I mean, that's really like the Tim Walz, who I have no doubt has already been served his target letter, and I think he knows.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
He might be fleeing to Norway or Sweden. But actually, they have extradition there. I could see that dude running to Argentina. Well, I think they have extradition there too. Brazil, whatever it is. I don't know. I could just see that happen. I could see him running away. He's been a little quiet the last couple of days. How about his live stream and how that bombed spectacularly with the audio? Did you guys play that?
We did, because it right away when you see it, for those of us who know anything about technology and video, right there's an inference. You may infer it's live because, he's live streaming. Mm-hmm. Clearly, because of the echo that happened with the audio, it's taped. So it's a lie by the very definition of it, that he put it on live to tape or whatever they did it, but still, because you have that echo and the chorus of his own voice coming through, it tells you right there they taped it. They're not doing it live.
Yeah. By the way, you and Larry did a great job live on the Parkway for the Mummers Day parade. That was really, you guys did. Was it freezing cold or what?
It was.
Yeah.
It was cold, but we wore all the double layers, but it was by the end, because you're out there, as you know, with Fox and everything, you get out to the set early and you do mic checks and all that stuff. So it becomes like you're 12, 14 hours and you're outside. But I can't even imagine being a mummer. They're out there. So you get there in the darkness of the morning, kind of like working mornings like you used to do.
Yes, like when we used to do mornings together.
The way we were. So the mummers, everybody gets there early. And this actually made history in they've been around for 300 plus years, but officially 125 years this year. And so they've never had that happen, that wind tunnel effect, where these whipping winds came through. And they were, I guess somebody recorded them. Some of those gusts were as much as 60 miles an hour. And so they lifted these huge, sheets of whatever, the assets or whatever they had there. And somebody could have been killed. But it made history because they've never had that happen where the show as it was planned could not go on. So everybody was just going on with what they could, but they never got to compete. So Saturday, the 31st of this month, and we've just confirmed it, Larry and I are honored once again to be, we'll be co-hosting the string bands. The real competition will be at Lincoln Financial Field, so I hope you guys come out. Yeah.
Cool. That's awesome.
It'll be televised again.
I mean, it'd be nice if we got to see the Eagles at Lincoln Financial Field in January, but I guess we're not going to be able to do that. So this is a much better way to spend a day. I love it. It's great. Good.
So it'll be broadcast. It'll be really cool. So you'll see it. You can go in person.
You and Lar Bear.
And my favorite thing about this, and Dan Borowski put it on there with, so Zioli we're, as we are, because we're like girlfriends, like, hi, how are you? And he's like, great job or whatever. Bridget and I are watching. And so I had to share with Rich what was going on because I wore this sort of hot pink jacket.
Yeah.
And do you remember what I texted you?
Yeah, you tricked Larry into wearing pink, which I thought was great.
So
he tricked Larry into rocking pink on New Year's Day.
And he never realized it.
And I was so hungover. I'm looking at him. It's all blurry, the TV. I'm like, wait a minute. Actually, I wasn't hungover because with the puppy and everything else. Yeah. And I just took Gary to the vet, by the way, little Gary.
Is he okay?
He's good. He's great. Yeah, to do his little checkup and get his little vaccine. But he's doing great. Yes, I'm in my new role now as I drive the kids around in the afternoon to the various different things. Wholesome Rich Zioli, and take little Gary to the vet, and I'm doing all these things. So but I was watching New Year's morning, and it was very funny thinking that there's Larry with a pink scarf on, and he had no idea that you tricked him like that. That was great. Good work.
And only your Padawan made it. You were the only one. Then you told Bridget. But so he was like, "Hey, where's my lucky red scarf?" And I just threw it to him as we were walking out the door because it's like 4:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
And I just threw it. Here you go. And I threw him the pink scarf that I had bought to match my coat, so that we would fully match.
Well done.
It's very
well
sneaky.
done.
Very. What are you doing? So we can see you here. So technically, Zioli, you're still here with us because a lot of people
Yes.
they're DMing me and texting me. They're not happy. But you're still on at 6 p.m.
Yeah, so I live stream the podcast every day at 2:00, and people can watch it youtube.com/@RichZioli show. Please just go there real quick and subscribe, and then come back and watch Dawn's show. And then we air it on the station every day at 6 p.m. So so you can hear it. The podcast is published at 3, so you can download it. And you can listen to it whenever you want on your schedule. You can watch it live. You can listen to it on the radio at 6 p.m. However you want to do it. It's up to you. It's on demand as we speak.
Not that you and I are huge sports people, but so are you you're like a free agent or something? Is that like you?
Yeah,
now?
I'm an independent contractor now. I no longer officially work for Odyssey. I'm an independent contractor. I'm not an employee. As part of the license agreement to air my podcast on the station, which is great. They've done. I'm very happy. I'll be appearing on your show once a week, which is awesome. And Nick's show and whoever they put in 3 to 6 at some point, I'll jump on with them too, which is going to be fun. So I'm still going to be around a lot, just in a different capacity.
And you're still doing all your Fox gigs, so we can see you on TV.
Yeah, it's been the news cycle's been nuts. So I was on America's Newsroom yesterday. I'll be back on there next week and probably America Reports. And it's crazy because they keep moving everybody and bumping everybody because it's been so nuts with the news cycle and press conferences. But yeah, no, I mean, it's all good. Everything's great. I love the fact that I'm free in the afternoons to help Bridget because she's been doing all this by herself, running the kids around.
She's a saint.
She is a saint. She really is. And now I can help her. I can give her a hand. Like, I took Reagan to her swimming lesson yesterday, which was at 4:30. I have to take the girls to gymnastics later today. So I got that dad duty. She calls me a DILF. That's why I don't know what that means, but I had to look it up. But that's, and I'm actually contributing. And then we have family dinner together. And I'm also able to help work on Reagan's behavior issues because Reagan needs a lot of discipline, and I don't think she's been getting that. No, I'm not being critical of Bridget. It's just been a lot on her, So I'm able to help with that as well. So it's very good lifestyle wise. It's wonderful to do that. So
and for all of us, and I think the Zioli Army has loves seeing sort of Rich Zioli grow up and have kids and have a family, and it's kind of amazing. So we all follow you and your life. And I remember, I wish I had the clip of you saying, "I will never get a dog. I will never get a dog." And I remember you saying it. I was like, "You got to get a dog." You're like, "I will never get a dog." And then when I saw you on there on social media with Gary the dog, I laughed out loud.
And you sent me a note and you said, "You see, I told you you'd get a dog. I knew you'd get a dog. I knew it.
It was only
You're
a
right,
matter
though.
of
I mean,
time."
it's good. The kids love the dog. It's just, it's one more thing. It's like having a newborn baby again. It really is like having a newborn. It's having an infant. But no, he's great. I love him. And the fun part about this is, as we're talking about the crazy news cycle of the day, dogs are very calming. They really are. They're very therapeutic. So he's also kind of like my therapy dog. So as I'm talking about the craziness and the chaos of what the left is doing to this country, there's little Gary, my therapy dog, and I could pet him like Dr. Evil, pet his cat and make sure that I feel good. It's nice. It's very nice.
Well, he's also good. I think the dog is also good for the baby of the family. Because I'm married to the baby of the family. So whenever the baby of the family is, you mentioned Reagan, your daughter Reagan, right? She's the youngest. And so they're all, and Stacia, my stepdaughter, their youngest is Timmy, who's 5. And so whenever you have the baby of the family, that you always have to keep them in check because they're the baby.
Right.
Then
Right.
Claire, the middle child, and I'm a middle child, she will be your easiest low maintenance kid, but Claire will be your television star or your whatever, because of course you're paying attention to Patrick, who's the oldest, and the baby, and then the middle kid is like, "What about me?" So that's why she'll be your movie star. She'll make the most money. That'll be
Oh,
clear.
by the way, speaking of movie stars, the Melania movie's coming out. Are you
Yes.
playing Melania? Are you playing her in the movie?
She plays herself. So,
Oh.
Rich, we had even, and Sarah Weiss, our dear beloved friend,
Love Sarah.
right?
Love
We love Sarah. So Sarah was like, "Come on!" A bunch of us were like, "Let's have an event and do it." The problem is, it's the night before. It turned out it was the night before the Big Mummers event, the string bands competition at Lincoln Financial Field, and so that's
Oh.
why I didn't. And I guess at the White House they're
But
releasing
you're a
it
vampire. You don't
That's true.
sleep.
Yeah,
It's
I
not
could
like
do
you
it.
sleep. You could do it. I mean,
because
but
I
get
love
it.
Melania,
Yeah, you do. You do love Melania.
the most beautiful. Yes, she's the most beautiful first lady
There
ever
it
in the
is.
universe.
There it is. I
She's so
love it.
lovely. Can you imagine?
I love it.
Rich, what if she were a Democrat? How many magazines a day would
Oh
she
my
be,
God.
right?
Oh, it would be unbelievable. It would be nonstop. And this movie would win the Academy Award for
Yes.
Best Picture. Yeah, no, they hate her, but she's the American success story. An immigrant comes to this country, makes it big, becomes first lady. I mean, and her be best.
Be best, darling.
Yeah.
Why don't you launch, since you're an independent contractor, why don't you talk Trump into launching like Trump TV and you could like run it? Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm serious because everything is a
Yeah.
messaging media war. We need more.
It is. There's a messaging media war going on, no doubt about that. It really is. I have to. When it comes to the TV stuff, I'm kind of in a relationship, but we're not really committed in a relationship. So I'm getting asked out on other dates, but I'm saying no to those other dates, if you know what I mean.
Okay.
So I'm kind of seeing somebody, but we're not exclusive yet. I'm hoping to be. I'm hoping to be. It's a long courtship. Obviously, we're talking about Fox News
Yes.
here.
No, I know. I didn't want to
just
say.
tuned in and been like, "What
What
the
is-
only dating?
what is he
What's going
talking
on here?"
about?
Yeah. No,
We're speaking in parables.
We're speaking in parables. So if theoretically another news Max kind of, I'm
Right.
just sort of like playing like, well, I'm kind of seeing somebody right now, but yeah, that's kind of how it works. Yeah.
I love it.
I don't know. The whole thing is crazy. It's an insane world. I said Jerry Seinfeld was on. Went on Johnny Carson's show 10 years after he had been on Johnny Carson's show for 10 years, making appearances and doing stand up, and then he got his NBC show. So the lesson here is that this stuff just takes it just takes time. It takes a long time, but I'm in a good place. We're good.
Well, my advice to you is so you are persevering, and that's just
You
it.
said just keep swimming.
Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. Everything goes back to Nemo. But yeah, and I'm really serious. It's a game of survival, and the fact that if I can just put my plug in, as far as Fox News needs wholesome men.
Wholesome.
Because they have some.
Yes.
All the women on Fox are amazing, fabulous, brilliant, many of them attorneys, gorgeous. Like, I love all the women on Fox. You look at them, every single one of them, they're amazing. The men, I'm just saying, they need a few new recruits. So that's why I think they need Rich Scioli, because you're very wholesome.
I like your thinking on this, Dawn. I think it's fantastic. I love it.
So that's my sell,
So,
baby.
that's
I
your
miss
sell.
I
Thank
miss you. I love this that we're going to do this Friday.
We're going to do this every Friday. We're going to hang out.
This is awesome.
Which is amazing because I normally don't work Fridays, but I made a special exception to just be part of this. No, there is a Friday in February. I'm taking Patrick down to do a guys' weekend in Clearwater. I'm going to go see the Phillies down there for spring training.
So we're getting a call live from the Phillies game, right?
Yeah, if you want, I'll do that.
I'm 100% kidding, Rich. Please do not feel obligated. You enjoy that.
No,
time with yourself.
I'll call in.
If you could zoom in,
fine.
or maybe
Yeah.
you could just shoot a little video so we could just,
No, it'll be fun. I love
serious.
joining you guys. It's great. And Borowski, I think you love movie references. We gotta think about some good some good movie references that we can make on the
Awesome.
show, for whatever we want.
Yeah, I love it. We gotta get some drops in there for the Zioli leftover segment, and
do it.
We'll get it going. I love it.
Whatever news that we just didn't talk about all week, that's what we'll do every week together. I like it.
Yeah, Dan put together a bunch of stuff, but we'll start that next week. And
all right,
it's going to
sorry,
be awesome.
we go off the rails and
I
talk
know.
about pink scarves, and
That's all right.
Dan's like, I put stuff together, and neither of you can follow it with your attention
Sorry.
spans. Dan, I will take my Ritalin next week, I promise, and I will look at whatever you send me. Did you send me anything?
No, I didn't send you anything. No.
So
All
we
right,
will.
so then how is this my fault?
I gotta
It's not
ask.
your fault. It's totally
Why
my
am I
fault.
the bad guy here, Dan?
I just want to ask Rich one question because there's this person, this trans person, going around to this Supreme Court protest where they were asking one question to try to corner the people out there trying to protect women's sports. And here's what she had to ask.
Can you name 5 professional athletes in women's sports?
No.
So, and what are you here for?
I'm here to make sure my daughters don't have to play with men.
We're here at the Supreme Court today where they're deciding some important cases about trans athletes. The anti-trans side has a bunch of signs that say protect women's sports. So we're going to ask them if they can name 5 professional women's athletes.
So, Rich, I got to ask you, can you name 5 professional men's athletes?
You know, Dan, I hate you. I really do. That's hang on. Jalen Hurts, Saquon Barkley,
Good.
Kyle Schwarber. Hang on.
AJ
I know,
Brown.
you know, I said AJ Brown. Didn't I?
Oh, you did?
And,
Oh, you said
and the kicker guy, Jake.
Elliott.
What's his name? Thank you. Boom. Nailed it.
Yeah, okay.
Nailed
We'll
it.
give it to you, Rich. The thing is, though, my point being, Rich Zioli, I trust your thoughts. When you talk about the Eagles, there's no doubt. I mean, you know you're watching the games, but you don't know random athletes halfway across the country in the NFL, but I still trust your Eagles. So they're trying to say in this clip, essentially, if you can't name 5 women's athletes, you can't protect your daughter's chance to compete. Absolutely ridiculous. So just want to throw it out there, guys.
You know, Dan, the thing about it, too, which is amazing, is that Goobert, is that how you say his name? Is it Goobert?
Gobert, Rudy Gobert. The guy that...
From the Eagles?
Oh, no. Who are you talking about?
Goober, what's the guy's name?
From the
guy who
Eagles?
plays? Yeah, the big white guy.
Big Dom?
No, Goober.
What are you talking about?
Goober.
What, I don't know. This is why
Dallas
I'm not gonna be ending
Goddard?
up on
Goddard?
WIP.
Are you talking about Dallas Goddard?
No, not him. No. Goober guy.
I just searched for AI Google. What is Goober on the Eagles? Goober on the Eagles likely refers to Dallas Goddard.
I don't know. Maybe.
Are you talking Gilly the King, the rapper that wears the giant hat? That's not a... All right, well, we're going too far down there.
All right.
Yeah, sorry. We got a great
Yeah,
guest coming up next.
He's messing with us.
We had a great guest. Awesome.
Yeah.
All right. I love it. Well, look, I will do this next week, and we'll actually make it substantive and informative and actually a relevant topic. How about that?
Look, we can never get enough of Rich Zioli. And the fact that you're here on a Friday, Dan Borowski, do you realize what an honor that is?
I know.
It's an honor that you two had me, and thank you for letting your YouTube people go over to at Rich Zioli Show YouTube page and subscribe.
We're currently at 893, I think.
Come on.
I'm refreshing.
Get to 1,000.
Yeah, 893. Come on,
Come on.
guys. Get over there.
17.
Gotta get over there.
Can we get 20
you're,
people?
You're literally on
Come on.
YouTube, so just go over the
Boom.
page real quick, hit subscribe, and then come back
Let's
to
do
this.
it.
That's it.
Please.
Easy piece of cake.
Thank you.
Rich Zioli Show. That's it. Thank you.
Just do it. Do it till
Do
you're
it.
satisfied. So we have Fred Herron coming up. He was the sheriff, Republican sheriff in Bucks County.
Nice.
And this is, locally, this ICE issue across the country, you can see why Democrats are pushing it because it's a winner for the Democrats. So Fred Herron was the defeated. It's Larry Seisler's son, Danny Seisler, is the one that, as you know, won. But we'll have a conversation with him because I think it's important to learn from him. But we got to run. Rich
I gotta
Zioli,
run.
I love you, man.
Love you, Dawn. Love you, Dan. We'll see you next week, guys.
I love to Bridget and the kids.
Bye, baby.
Bye, baby.
Be careful, baby.
Be careful, baby. Mama Zioli. We'll have to have her on, too, shooting down the balloons.
Ooh, yeah.
We'll be right back with former Bucks Sheriff Fred Herron. What can we learn? Lessons learned. We'll talk to Fred Herron just ahead.
For 100 years, Edelman's in Jenkintown
All right,
has
brother,
been the name
thank you.
families trust when it's time to sell gold, silver, and coins. A fourth-generation family-owned business built on fairness, honesty, and treating every customer with true respect. At Edelman's, you'll always get a clear, no-pressure offer. Their best offer first. Sell your gold jewelry, bullion, or coins with confidence at Edelman's. Visit edelmanscoins.com or call 215-572-6480. Edelman's, where fairness has been our family tradition for 100 years.
Whether it's midfield or in the red zone, our hometown team can handle anything thrown their way. That's why PNC is proud to be the presenting sponsor of the Eagles Radio Network and support the team's dedication to smart, tested tactics. Being adaptable and preparing a solid strategy pays off. And just like any big game, when it comes to your finances, there is a lot on the line. Having a dependable team allows you to make the plays you need to reach your goals. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/Mike.
You still thinking job change in the new year? Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy. IT? Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI. That's what I did. Really? How? Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up. Sweet. Are classes online or on campus? Both. Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
At Virtua Health, we're redefining heart care.
Our heart rhythm team at Virtua is really working at the forefront of technology. There's constantly new advances.
Like cardiac clinical trials and breakthrough treatments for atrial fibrillation.
Treating atrial fibrillation with ablation and treating it early allows for the best outcomes for our patients. We can make a meaningful difference in patients' lives.
Virtua Health, here for complex heart care, here for good. More at virtua.org/here for good.
Roses are red, violets are blue. Call a giant HVAC company and they'll screw you. This is Jonathan Cans, third generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Are you sick of HVAC companies coming to your house and finding 3 bogus repairs? They are lying. My grandfather started Marvin E. Cans 72 years ago and treated his customers like family. 72 years later, we're still doing the same. To schedule your winter service so you are not out in the cold, contact Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. That's Marvin E. KANZE.com.
Picking out an engagement ring can be terrifying. You're searching for the ring, but have no idea where to start. Go to Family & Company Jewelers in Marlton. The team, especially JR, makes it easy. No pressure, just real help from someone who cares. They break down diamonds, styles, and what actually matters. Their selection is huge. Every shape, size, and price range. You leave confident, not overwhelmed. When it comes to finding the ring, there's only one place to go. Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Hey, Joe DeCamry here. You know, when you're making your New Year's resolutions, be sure to think about your car and your wallet, and then head on over to United Tire and Service. Taking care of your car and saving money is a resolution you can actually keep thanks to United Tire. From new tires to full inspections, oil changes, and more, United Tire and Service will keep your car in shape without breaking the bank. Stop by your locally owned United Tire and Service or go to UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone, drive United.
When it comes to iconic snacks, there's a reason Tasty Cake has been a favorite for generations. From peanut butter candy cakes to butterscotch crimpets, Tasty Cake delivers the classics you know and love. Baked fresh and packed with flavor. Perfect for lunch, dessert, or any time in between. Look for Tasty Cake wherever snacks are sold. Tasty Cake, accept no substitutes.
The Arctic air mass remains in place across the region today. We'll have a mixture of sunshine and clouds, not as windy with a high 36. Clouds on the increase tonight with the chance for some light snow overnight. A coating is possible, especially north and west of the city with a low 30. And for Saturday, some morning snow and rain showers, then mostly cloudy through the afternoon with a high 42.
A new year is the perfect time to take a look around your home, especially the kitchen and the bathrooms. You use them every day. What about a refresh? Think about it. That's where my friends at Kitchen Magic come in. They are an awesome family-owned company crafting high-quality American-made kitchens and baths since 1979. They make the process so simple. Trust me on this. From start to finish, they do a beautiful job. Right now, enjoy 30% off kitchen cabinet refacing, 50% off bathroom installations, plus, let's face it, it's the opportunity to just lock in current pricing. Start the year with a home that looks better, works better, feels better. Visit kitchenmagic.com. Yes, tell my friends at kitchenmagic.com Dawn sent you.
Sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
What they actually did.
Sure.
Taking back.
So it was never actually fully implemented. So what happened was he sought to do this last spring. And then there was a court case, and the court case kind of stayed things pending the resolution of the case. The case was resolved, I don't know, a week before the election, and this was the big issue in the election. I'm sure you guys don't ordinarily come out to cover sheriff's offices or sheriff's elections, and this race got national attention because of this issue. This is what was on voters' minds, and we won handily. I think the sheriff got that message, and then he never fully implemented the program. The concern was what would happen if he did win and what this program allowed. Again, that task force model, one that he signed up for, grants extraordinary powers to local law enforcement agencies. It allows them to stop anybody.
So that is the new sheriff in Bucks, Danny Seisler, speaking out. Yeah, I know what you were doing last summer. Remember that movie, I Know What You Did Last Summer? Democrats, what they did last summer, this was, in my opinion, another one of these coordinated efforts. So it was back in June, and it was not widely reported. Sure, it was reported, buried on a back page, ACLU of Pennsylvania, Community Justice Project. They filed that lawsuit in the Court of Common Pleas in Bucks County, PA, and they were setting their sights on Bucks County Sheriff Fred Herron. That's what they were doing in this upside down land that we live in. But it's not organic. It's not just, oh, look what happened. What I see here now, with the benefit of hindsight, is this is a concerted effort, right? And so I always say we got played. I feel like I got played. I did not see this coming in such a way. Because, of course, if you're a law and order person and you think, yeah, doesn't it make sense if you're for law and order that you in a local municipality would, of course, want local law enforcement to cooperate with federal law enforcement if they come to you and say, hey, we've got some very serious, dangerous pedophiles and predators in your community. Let's work together to extract such dangerous predators, especially on children and women and the vulnerable, and let's get them the heck out of beautiful Bucks County. So that's common sense, but we live in an upside down land. I'm honored right now to have joining me Fred Herron, who's the former sheriff. Fred, thanks for your patience. We had to scooch things around because Rich Zeoli, it was his debut on my show here. I know you know Zeoli. For him to work a Friday to be on our show, we're very honored. So wink, wink. But how are you today, Fred?
Good, doing good. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. It's important, I think, more important, when I look at my life and things that happen in my life, I want to look back. I want to examine what happened and what went down. And so this is an exit interview from being sheriff, not that you're exiting from all the great service. And first of all, I'm going to say this, Fred Herron, I appreciate you. We appreciate you. So many people reaching out to me saying, hey, make sure that Fred knows we appreciate all of his hard work. And so thank you for everything you've done. But as you look, thanks. As you look at what went down with this election, Seisler, and it's, first of all, it is a big name, but take us through what you see here and your evaluation.
Sure. First of all, the election had nothing to do with immigration. Mm-hmm. And I've said that to a lot of news organizations, and the reporters are like, what do you mean? I'm like, and you know how I know that? Because they did not air one commercial against me on immigration. I had a commercial ready to go to combat anything they put out. And the reason why they didn't air a commercial, I was expecting some crazy, commercial with me ripping families apart with my officer, my deputies, and I was ready to combat that, but they never aired that, and I don't know if they even made one. And the reason why, because polling showed that the immigration in Bucks County, that issue polled well. Those people that came out against 287G, those people were hard left. They weren't voting for me if I cured cancer. They weren't voting for me. so they just came out loud. There were many people at those protests in Doylestown that had outside Pennsylvania license plates that they were leaving in shifts. My folks had told me that some of those people had made comments that they're being paid only till such and such a time, and then they had to leave and the next crew came in. So it had nothing to do with immigration. It was a great talking point for him, and I understand that. And, I served that up to him, but not because I was giving it to him for political reasons or I wasn't using it for political reasons. I was doing it because I believed 39 years of law enforcement, it was the right thing to do. If I can prevent somebody from committing a crime tomorrow, I'm going to do it. If there's a legal way to do that, I'm going to do it. And the immigration rules allowed for that to happen, and I certainly was going to utilize that. This nonsense that after I got elected that I would go back on what I said and do something totally off the wall. If you can find one person in Bucks County, either that worked for me or that I served, that said, Fred told me this and he did that, I would like to have them on the show because I don't believe that person exists because that doesn't exist.
And to your point, I thought it was interesting that Seisler was insisting during his news conference this week that Bucks County will not be a so-called sanctuary county. I found that one interesting. So he was able to have this middle ground and make a statement, say he's making a strong stance, but then say, well, no, we're not actually a sanctuary county. So if you're saying that immigration is not the issue, then what do you see here?
It was a trifecta. For us, just look what happened, all over the country, especially New Jersey, here, New York, and Virginia. But let's take Pennsylvania because that's what we're talking about. We had the perfect trifecta. You have the Donald Trump voters don't come out unless Donald Trump's on the ballot. So we didn't get those folks, no matter what. We should have pushed immigration harder, and that would have motivated them. We had the fact that there are a lot of people on the hard left that just hate. The hatred for Donald Trump is so strong. These people can't look beyond, can't be looked beyond all the good stuff he's doing. You don't like the way he talks? Okay, I'm not paying him to be a schmoozer. I'm paying him to do a job. And a lot of things he's doing. So that's what we're paying him for. The other thing was, welfare was cut, the WIC. People weren't getting their food, their food stamps and things of that nature. That hurt us. But I think the kiss of death for us in Pennsylvania was the retention of the Supreme Court justices. We woke a sleepy giant. A lot of young women came out to vote to protect their abortion rights. Right, wrong, or indifferent, I understand that. And that woke people that would not have come out to the polls, came out to the polls to make sure the Pennsylvania Supreme Court stayed liberal. And I understand that. And that, to me, was the nail in the coffin for any Republican running in office.
And so what's, moving forward when you look at this, and, I've always said, Fred, that between Democrats and Republicans, the Democrats, and full disclosure, when I left Fox 29, the 10 o'clock news, both the Democrat Party and the Republican Party, because nobody knew where I stood. I was a registered independent because I felt as an anchor and journalist, no one should know where I stand. So they did not know that I was a conservative. So I met with Democrats, I met with Republicans. The Democrats basically said to me, boom, we've got the structure. We'll just slide you right in, and scaffolding, everything's supported, and they make it very easy. You just fit into that pattern. Republicans, not so much. And so I decided not to run in one local race, but in Delaware County. But I will say this, that just in my experience and everything I see, everybody I talk to, the Democrats, not just locally, they're very good at coming up with something. So they look around and they say, what do we need to put on here? Whether it's marijuana, whether it's like you're saying with abortion, and activate a group so that they're activated and they're angry, because we know that anger and that passion, just like you've said, Fred Herron, that's what wins elections.
You're 100% right. The Republicans, we do a horrible job at that. We have 10,300 more registered Republicans in Bucks County than Democrats. Statistically, we should never lose an election, a countywide election. It should be impossible for us to lose. But you're right. The Democrats motivate their base, and they flanked us. we didn't catch up, but we did. Years ago, we sat there and pounded our fist. Mail-in voting is not fair and it's wrong. Right, wrong, or different. It's here and it's here to stay for any short time. It's here to stay for a while. So we did. We narrowed the gap. We didn't pass them, but we narrowed the gap. We used to be 4-1. This past election, we were 2-1 on mail-ins. We figured Republicans come out on election day. We can take them on election day, but they flanked us. They had a lot of people come out on election day to vote, and it was a lot of young women. And I understand why. I understand. And listen, they did a better job at getting the vote out than we did, and we're not very good at that. But we have to be better. This is a very important year, too. This midterm is extremely important. People in Bucks County, they don't understand. Brian Fitzpatrick has to walk a line. We lose the Republicans in the House in Washington, Donald Trump's presidency is over. They will spend the rest of their time doing impeachment, and everything that we wanted Donald Trump to do will come to a halt. And people need to understand that this is an important election in Pennsylvania too. We're one Republican away from taking the House of Representatives in the state. The Senate, I believe, holds the majority, I think, by 3. So this is a very, very tight election, and they're going to attack Bucks County hard. They're going to try to keep the seats. They're going to try to keep the seats they have and pick up some more and make sure that we don't take the House back. This is a very, very important election. What does that mean to people in Bucks County? Well, I can tell you firsthand, the Democrats are not supporting local law enforcement at the state level. I'm talking about now. I don't care what they tell you. It's not true. They're not supporting local law enforcement, and the Republicans are. It's just that simple.
So what's your advice at this point? You're fresh from just losing this battle to a well-orchestrated, Democrat who tapped into everything you're talking about. And so what's your advice now moving forward to Republicans or independents upcoming? Because, we're hearing now the predictions are it's going to be a bloodbath. And even President Trump himself, he has talked about this upcoming.
It's going to be a bloodbath. But Republicans have to understand that if the Donald Trump, the heavy MAGA people, if you want Donald Trump to be able to continue his agenda, you need to come out and vote for local people, because Washington doesn't come in and really dictate what happens locally. You really need the local people. Look what just happened in Bucks County. Danny Seisler did away with 287G. I was the only law enforcement officer, sheriff in southeastern Pennsylvania that was carrying out that agenda, not because it was Donald Trump, but because I believed in it. Because, I don't know what Donald Trump was doing 39 years ago, but he wasn't in politics. He certainly wasn't, an elected official. But I was, still carrying out the mission of law enforcement. And I believe if you can keep people safe by deporting people that are committing crimes. It's so funny. I listened to Danny's press conference. I listened to him on the different media outlets. He's actually saying he's doing what I was doing, but he's just not going to have an agreement with the federal government. It doesn't really work that way. He also, look at the Minneapolis incident. He was sworn in, and 10 minutes later, he's giving comments on ABC, which I think he's trying to walk back now, realizing that he has no law enforcement experience, talking about the shooting in Minneapolis. He is a very nice guy. I like him personally. He's the type of guy I could absolutely have a beer with. We get along personally, which is funny. And, I don't think maybe that's what we need, more Seislers and Herons in this world, to be able to get along personally. But our difference in political opinions is just totally different. I have my mission, which is to protect the public. I'm not really sure what his is. But he's a savvy political guy. There's no doubt about it. And he doesn't have eyes on the sheriff's office.
Yeah.
He's going to be running for something else. There's no doubt in my mind. And we all know whose dad is.
Yes.
I've known Larry Seisler.
I've known Larry for years. Sure.
Yeah. Larry's very well respected. I don't know him personally, but I've heard nothing but great things about him. So he's got that family name, and that's going to be hard to overcome. And the only thing I'm kind of sad about is that my mission's always been truly law enforcement. That's what my goal has been and I got a 39-year career to back it. We've done a lot of things in Bucks County, specifically Bensalem. that has become now pretty known worldwide. I just got the Sheriff's Office national accreditation. We are the first Sheriff's Office in the Commonwealth to get that, one of 15% sheriffs in the United States, but the first one in the Commonwealth. So there's a lot of good things moving forward. I hope Danny continues to do that. But as far as this immigration stuff, it's about preventing crime. You talk about some Democrats. There was a woman, I'm not going to mention her name, but I was very good friends with her for over 20 years. We worked in an organization together, and she just was furious at me, and we disagreed over this immigration thing, but I still just try to be social with her and friends. And she just, it was like almost hatred during the court case. She was in court. I went to say hi to her, and she just blew me off. And they just can't get over. They can't make the difference between business and personal. They take everything personal, and I don't understand that. My only goal was to protect the citizens of Bucks County. So, you know what? I'm still in Bucks County. I'm not going anywhere. You probably will see my name on a ballot again one day. My problem is I'm an open book and I speak too much.
Yes.
I'm as transparent as they get. And you will see me. You haven't seen the last of me yet, but I hope he does good things with that office. And he's been giving me a lot of good accolades. I will say that. But we had a hard disagreement on this issue.
Yes. Well, Fred Herron, I hope you become a regular. Don't be a stranger, and let us know when you decide to announce what you're doing next. We want to hear from you. Thank you, Fred. Thanks for your insights.
I promised Dom I would do it first on his show.
Right.
Well, that's perfect.
Anywhere on 1210.
Yeah, anywhere, any one of us. We're all family here. So we, Dom's coming up in 10 minutes, so we appreciate that. Fred Herron, and I love it. And by the way, I love your loyalty. So thank you.
I do.
Dan and I, we're like Labrador retrievers over here. We're so loyal. Fred Herron, thanks a million. We appreciate you. By the way, you think of Fitzpatrick, you think of McKenzie, who I talked to yesterday, you think of Bresnahan. Think about these important elections upcoming. Two things that strike me. We'll talk about it around the corner, but I will just say this. Number one, Republicans, I think we're too nice. Look at he's just too nice. He should have come up with a Trump slogan like "Pretty Boy Danny" or something. Come up with we don't do any of that stuff, right? And then the other thing is we're too common sense. So I think that's a piece of it. We got to get tougher maybe. But you know what else we got to get on the road? Introducing the all-new 2026 Honda Prelude Hybrid. It is redesigned, cutting-edge hybrid performance, head-turning style. So coming soon to a Piazza Honda dealer near you, be among the first to experience it, or you can discover Honda's complete hybrid lineup, including the popular Accord, Civic, and CR-V. Larry, my husband, loves his CR-V. Available today, financing as low as 3.49%, 60 months. Just visit Piazza Honda, Philadelphia, Springfield, Langhorne, Pottstown, or Reading. Experience the future of driving. Shop online, piazzahonda.com, Piazza, piazzahonda.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
At PJ Fitzpatrick, you don't have to pick between affordability and quality. You can get American-made windows that are beautiful, affordable, and energy efficient. Plus, you can trust PJ Fitzpatrick with their 45 years of experience, thousands of five-star reviews, and lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. You can have it all. Visit trustpj.com today for a free design consultation. That's trustpj.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job, it's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
Hi, it's Rich Zioli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Venaria. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Venaria is and has been my dentist also. And, doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to them, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes.
Well, it's no secret. We're all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Venaria and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Venaria's office does everything. Dr. Venaria's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit venariadental.com.
I dared Archwell Health to keep track of my vitals and my grandkids' names.
I dared Archwell Health to simplify my prescriptions, so Max and I have more time to play. Good boy.
And I dared Archwell Health to be closer than my neighborhood coffee shop.
Our members dared us to do more as a primary care provider for adults age 60 and up. So we made it our mission. Visit archwellhealth.com and become a member today. Archwell Health. We dare to care.
Sunday's Crash Proof Retirement Show will air at a special time, 10 a.m. Tune in to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. This Sunday's Crash Proof Retirement Show starts at 10 a.m.
Saw a t-shirt recently that said too much of anything is bad, unless we're talking about bacon. Now, we can debate that all day long, right? But the point is, portion control is a good thing. That can also be said about your retirement accounts. Too much risk, and you could get burned by a down market. Too conservative, and maybe you can't take that Alaskan cruise. Alan Cohen at Spectrum Wealth Partners understands portion control. He can build a retirement plan with a level of protection and risk designed specifically for you. And if you don't want any risk at all, he can do that too. Call Alan Cohen today for a free meeting to discuss it. 856-322-8686. That's 856-322-8686. Or online at SpectrumWP.com.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
Happy Friday. Happy birthday to my better half, Lair Bear. It's Larry's birthday, so we'll be celebrating this evening. Happy birthday. Love you. And, of course, we love our own Dom Giordano. I don't know if Dom heard my interview with Fred Herron, who I was trying to get him to say what he's doing next, and he's so loyal. He's just maybe too nice of a good guy, Dom. Did you hear him? He goes, I promised Dom. He said, I promised Dom. Dan and I melted. I'm like,
well,
I
you
love
know
that
what?
loyalty.
That's my highest quality. If you're loyal, I don't care whatever else you do. I have to admit it.
Yeah.
No, maybe a hard worker. If you're hardworking,
yes, and
I
loyal.
take that even over loyal. So, hey, Dawn, we have the senator on Corman who called Philadelphia a name we'll get into because of Krasner and Rochelle Ball. And I would say I have a piece of sound that's better than anything in 6 months. What did the Mississippi Democrats say was a reason why your kids should not get school choice? I'm going to play it right out of the box. It's amazing.
Oh, I can't wait. Dom Show. It's a really great one. Stay tuned.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just 1 day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Listen up, Boatnary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply. An app only.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time. We are loaded up today with some of our favorites. Senator Corman will be here from Allentown at 2:20, I think it is, or is that T2? 2:20? 2. And he is the one who opened up on Philadelphia, calling it I'm thinking of my abbreviations here. Something Trump said about Haiti, allegedly, because of Krasner and Rochelle Bilal. Could you blame him? Oh, the world ends now, you know. What if Democrats attack rural Pennsylvania, the media says in that manner? They do all the time. You know they do. Are you as sick of it as I am? Every show that I'm on, like when I'm on Inside Story and all the rest of it, even the Republicans. Well, you know, Philadelphia is the economic driver of the state. Why should they have to put up with this criticism? I'll tell you why. Because they suck up all the welfare, SEPTA money, nonsense money, and Larry Krasner and Rochelle Bilal. So now we have quite a duo. You know, Henry, we got a great side today, but I was thinking, is there anybody in the world that has a more embarrassing duo at this point than Rochelle Bilal and Larry Krasner? I would enter them into that contest. So he's going to be here. I got a lot on the insurrection. Thanks to Danny Seisler, who came on yesterday. And I have a lot on the back and forth there, and what Tom Homan said, that ICE has to do better messaging. So I'm going to tell you, I'm going to put it out even before the side question all show long. I agree with Homan on this. Here's the issue. I think we're rapidly seeing, let's face it, who knows the numbers? They're unknowable given all the back and forth. A lot of the people that ICE has taken away have criminal backgrounds, criminal charges, and all that. He said 70%. You hear people blithely come on just saying 90. I don't think it's 90 at this point. But Trump ran on massive deportation. Massive deportation. There is no doubt about that. That's what he ran on. And we're seeing it play out. And Obama deported a lot. People are asking, well, why was there not this trouble? Well, sanctuary cities were not quite a thing then, and it was Obama. If you're a Democrat, you dare not have the resistance out there at Obama. That's why. Obama wasn't doing it any differently, arguably. These guys have to do a lot of this stuff because they're in a war zone constantly with one thing after another. Rochelle Bilal, I'll bring the smoke. You weren't seeing that in the Obama years, right? So why deport people if they don't have the criminal background? That's what Homan's getting at. And I think he's right to say ICE has to go in an all-out messaging campaign. They should take a lot of money. They should have surrogates. They ought to be asking to come on here for an hour. And every day, show the worst of the worst they've locked up. I mean, put it out there. The media's not going to do it. They don't want to do it. You know that. If they don't do that, we're going to continue to see them be behind the eight ball. So that's the message. It is, why is it that we want people that are not, top level? And that was a lot of the debate with Danny Seisler yesterday. We're going to replay a little bit of it because our buddy Pat Malloy's coming on at 12:30. I had trouble doing the thing yesterday because of the texting gone off and the other things. I think every law enforcement agent except Dick Tracy was texting me during that, saying I'm driving off the road hearing this stuff. So, Henry, how long is that piece? Do you remember approximately? We'll play it around right before.
You guys went on for almost 10 minutes. I mean, at least on that.
Oh, it was 5 minutes on that one?
10.
At the end, I'm talking about, yeah?
Oh, probably another 6, yeah.
No, I meant the point about him saying, well, just step aside. That's the part I want.
Yeah, another like 6.
Oh, my God.
You guys went a whole half hour.
I know we did. Yeah. Well, I could have gone more. Time limits here, and, there's going to be a part 2 on this, I'm sure. Thank you. Thanks to all the people. Remember, youtube.com/1210 WPHT. Unbelievable uptick on that yesterday. Henry even had it up on Instagram. I think you didn't say it was on TikTok, did you?
Yeah.
I have to think about that. I have a conscience.
What's there to think about? That's what people are on.
Okay. Well, there are the communist Chinese.
Well, they see it too.
Yeah, exactly. So is that a station TikTok? I didn't know we even had that.
Yes, correct.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's a good debatable question, Henry. Yeah, I know they are. And I guess for the good of the team seeing that, we can allow it to be on there. But, we don't routinely put it on TikTok, do we?
Every day.
Oh, I did. What kinds of things? Anything?
I mean, just the same things I'd post on Twitter and Instagram.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. All right. 855-839-1210. So why is it Homan, here's what Homan's searching for. He wants them to help out and fight the messaging battle. 2, why? Because that's what Danny Seisler basically had yesterday. He had 2 things. 1, he's got no shot on, and that is just step aside. At least I don't think the people I talk with, I know it's not optimal that the cop was in front somehow or another in the end. Why not just step aside? I just didn't think he was persuasive. But on the other, people buy into this. Well, why are you going after people, we kept on saying, that are a gardener or a cook or whatever? What's the rationale? I think Homan is telling them they got to provide that rationale because they're picking up more people that are not explicitly criminal. So let's face reality and take it head on, because the polling indicates the majority of Americans still want mass deportation, but it's close. It's much closer than it was a year ago. We knew this was going to happen. You knew that some of this was going to be messy. Why? You have the resistance. Getting people out of these sanctuary cities is not easy. How do you go about finding them even to make that determination? All right, so 855-839-1210. Do you know the name of this guy, Henry? Is he a state senator or a representative or what?
I did get a name. Hold on. Corey did send me that.
Oh, good. Yeah.
His name is Jansen Owen.
Jansen Owen. Yeah, he's top of my list to get on. So Mississippi, you would think they'd already have it, but they're a little bit late to the game. They're having a debate yesterday, and I'm telling you what you're going to hear. These are not actors. This guy's out of Central Casting. I'll be shocked if he won't come on. And I'm telling you, this will be nuts. Listen to the rationale. I do the podcast, Old School, New School, Next School. And Forbes magazine is anti-having parents make the choice for their kids because they say so many parents would be unable to do it. Can you imagine? They wouldn't come on with me. This guy, though, is making the same case. They're having the debate in Mississippi in the legislature. And this guy starts to say how unfair this is, because what if the kid has these 2 parents? And listen for the description of the 2 parents that a kid might have.
If little Johnny's mama is on crystal meth and little Johnny's daddy is a pimp, can you tell me how they're going to be able to choose that little Johnny is getting the right kind of education service when that ain't even on their plate?
I hope little Johnny's got a good grandmama.
Again, and little Johnny's grandmama is undereducated. Tell me, how does little Johnny at a private school or academy or whatever you want to call them gonna have the same right as John over here in a public school where there's a school counselor, where there's a principal, where there are other people in place to ensure that my well-being is at stake? How does that measure? What's the accountability?
Oh, man. Henry, after the show, if you can get a little more of the guy, whatever it is, this is gold. I feel like flying to Mississippi to interview this guy. You know, I'm going to make the case if it comes on, Henry. All right, let's break that down. Let's take his analogy. If the dad is a pimp, I'm not saying the dad's necessarily going to be a good dad, but he might be good at decision making. You think he's going to put up with it? Or is he just saying they're going to have rotten parents? What about the ones that have rotten parents? Can you imagine holding these poor kids with great parents under difficult situations? I don't know which one this week is more the epitome of the Democrat Party's thought process, progressives. This guy or the 13,000 words of the showerhead in the Biden administration that have been knocked aside. Don't you think somebody would jump in and say, wait a minute, we've entered the twilight zone here? Yeah, what about the kid that has the mom's doing crystal meth? It's Breaking Bad, and the dad's, he's just a pimp. He's not doing crystal meth. What's little Johnny going to do in that school? He's got to go to a public school. They have counselors. Can you imagine? Think of some of the public schools in America. By the way, a little bit later in the show, a very, in my mind, snobby, wealthy school district is one of the 9 districts that the Department of Education is going after because they're just saying we're not going to follow it. What the executive order is around transgender in sports and in laboratories and everything else. I'll tell you the name of this school district, and they're one of the school districts that was caught hiding from parents aggressively if their kid wants to be called by a name other than their biology might indicate, that kind of thing. They told teachers you are under no circumstance to let the parents know about any of this. We'll get into that a little bit later on. I have a little bit of history with them when this stuff comes up. I'm so glad to see they're on the list that the Education Department's investigating and I think going to go after. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. You get in. Pat Malloy will be here to break down this whole scenario. It appears now there were 4 shots, not 3. At least the Minnesota Fire Department somehow or another says that, of Miss Good. And when we talked with Paul Morrow earlier in the week, he said, yeah, you'd be firing pretty quickly. That doesn't mean it took forever. It doesn't mean he shot from the side. I thought that's where Danny Seisler was pretty weak yesterday. Hard to cite a directive. Now, I'll ask Malloy, too. How does this cop he wasn't directly in front of the car in the beginning, but he ended up there when he was shooting. How problematic is that? But charging this criminally is what we were going back and forth about yesterday. And yes, I don't care, the new sheriff, Bucks County is a sanctuary county based on his vision, which is if you get here, you stay here. That's it. That's what Homan's facing. You have to be dealing crystal meth or human trafficking or whatever. And even then, Democrats are still not going to say you ought to go. I mean, that's what's coming out of this. And the big thing coming out of what's going on in Minnesota, why it intrigues me. One of 2 things is going to happen here. Either we're going to normalize the type of behavior we're seeing with the mobs and ICE, or we are going to have a more normal situation, meaning not the disorder that we have in Minnesota. It's a test of wills. There are some reports that Trump doesn't like the optics of it. I wouldn't discount that. He may not. But I hope he realizes this is what's going to come with mass deportation. You're going to see instances like this. Scott Jennings last night saying how rare it is given the enormity. It's believed that 2.6 have been deported, 2.6 million. 2 million self-deport, it's guesstimated, 600,000. And people think, my God, what's ICE doing? Only 600,000. You have any idea finding this, the intelligence, going through the process, actually deporting? The enormity of this. So what Biden and Democrats have done is unbelievable. It would take another Trump administration, another 8 years, Vance or somebody else, day to day to do this, to come anywhere near cutting this off. But the self-deportation that is a good way to go. Okay. Side question today, and we've been waiting for this one. I really liked the gamble yesterday. I promise today we'll get to more than 2 people. It won't be like yesterday. I was going to take a break with Danny Seisler, and I said, what the hell? No, this is too...
no shot you're going to take a break.
Yeah, we want to keep the flow going. This week, it was the anniversary, right, of the marriage of DiMaggio and Marilyn Monroe. Okay. And arguably at one point there, I'm not sure. When did they get married? Do we remember, Henry? Was it 1965 or something?
Let me look this up.
Marilyn Monroe was probably bigger than DiMaggio at that point. But still, he was Mr. Coffee ultimately, Joe D.
1954.
1954. Joe DiMaggio was bigger then.
Mm-hmm.
Marilyn Monroe didn't hit in 56 straight games. Come on. Maybe 56 straight guys in 56 nights, but she didn't hit 56 straight games. Yes. All right. So they got married then in that date. We are looking for a doomed partnership. Now, don't think just of celebrity couples, although I have one. Think of any kind of partnership that ultimately, when you look back and go, yeah, this is doomed. So I'm going to take off the Nazis and the Soviet Union treaty. Who wouldn't have seen that coming? The non-aggression pact. Remember the big deal? We're going to carve up Poland, then we're going to attack each other. I'll take off OJ and Nicole Brown Simpson. Henry, how about you? Yeah.
Heavy hitters there. I wasn't going to go this deep. But,
okay, yeah, it doesn't have to be a celebrity couple.
Yes, no, I'll take a fictional couple that, fitting the theme of the week for me, I guess. How about Joey and Rachel and Friends? I mean, what a mismatched pairing. Why did they do that? Why did the writers decide that should be a pairing later on the show?
If I get one more attacker of Friends than you on social media, my God, look at Sean. He's bailing out in there. That's it, yeah. And I don't think he's ever seen an episode of Friends. Doesn't strike me. No.
Oh, no. Not by choice.
Come on. I mean, it was always Ross and Rachel to the end. I mean, come on. What are we doing here, right?
A good side might be you didn't make it. You ended up in hell. You come to consciousness and you're looking at what's on TV.
Yeah.
And it's Friends for eternity. Oh, man. I shouldn't have eaten meat on Friday. There you go.
Oh, man. Yeah. And then the other one to take off the board is Philadelphia and top draft picks. For a while there, it seemed like we were striking out on pretty much all of them, whether it was Jahlil Okafor as a 3rd overall pick, Ben Simmons as a 1st overall pick, Markelle Fultz as a 1st overall pick, drafting Mikal Bridges and then shipping him off for a guy that almost died because of his peanut allergy. The Flyers drafting Nolan Patrick 2nd overall in 2017 when the other 4 picks around him have all been all-stars, and now he's out of the league. I mean, it goes on and on and on. And it seems we hit a couple, later on now, which is, brought us back a little bit. But, man, for a while
that is
it looked very
particularly
bleak.
The Sixers. Yeah, it is. Burner phones and everything else.
Oh, the Colangelos? God, please.
Yeah. All right, Sean, how about you?
So in 2002, Trump called this guy terrific, a lot of fun to be with, and that being Trump's good friend, Jeffrey Epstein.
Okay.
Their friendship does not seem to have done the planet well.
Okay. I guess that was doomed. Yeah, that seemed to be doomed pretty early on there. Okay. All righty. 855-839-1210. That's what we're looking for. Could be real, fictional. It could be mine, which are nations or some company. It could be just celebrity couples. I saw the list that I looked at had, I think they were only and what's the woman's name? Is it Amber Heard and Johnny Depp?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. Oof.
In no trial, the stuff that they were doing is beyond grotesque. They were number 2. I forget who was number 1. It wasn't Kurt Cobain and Courtney Love. They were in the top 5, though.
Oof.
Yeah,
I gotta think about this.
Richard Burton, Elizabeth Taylor of that age. They always came back together. They marry somebody else, they marry again. Yeah. Oh, my God.
John Lennon and Cynthia Lennon?
Oh, yeah. Okay. I mean, you got Yoko, and then she was like, all right, see ya. Bye.
Oh, my God. Yoko Ono and anybody. There you go. Yoko Ono and the Beatles.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. All right, Friends again. You know what I have to endure every day? Friends. This is shocking to me this week.
You're going to learn about Friends whether you like it or not, Dom.
Oh, that's torture.
855-839-1210. Coming up, more of your calls. And I'll give you this school district locally now that's under fire. We're going to play a little bit later with Pat Malloy here of what we had with Danny Seisler yesterday. And Pat, of course, the chief of police out in Abington, has a lot to say. I think he's had car stops like this about what happened here and this idea of just step aside. That seemed to trigger a lot of people. 855-839-1210.
Autoimmune disease. Difficult to treat and even more difficult to diagnose. If you've had Lyme disease, post-Lyme, or any type of autoimmune disease, you probably know how difficult it is. That's why you should contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Through their unique hydration protocols, Dr. Molly and her staff have helped hundreds navigate the difficult journey of autoimmune, Lyme disease, or post-Lyme. To set up the initial consultation, which is complimentary, call 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com, for additional information. Do what many others have done who have either been misdiagnosed or just led down a path to nowhere. Contact Innovative Medical Associates. That number again, 856-489-0505.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Looking for beautiful, high-quality furniture for your home? Look no further than Bucks County Estate Traders. Skip the big chains and discover their massive showroom in Hatfield, packed with 16,000 unique pieces, where you can furnish your whole home in one easy visit. Shop comfortably and get it delivered locally or wherever you are. Thanks to their exclusive white glove carrier network, Bucks County Estate Traders handles delivery nationwide, so you can save time, effort, and money. Visit buckscountyestatetraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield today.
Hugh Douglas here. It's playoff season. The hits get harder, the nights get colder, and the stakes, well, they get a little higher. But some things don't change, like the slow pour of Jack Daniel's Tennessee whiskey over ice. Jack Daniel's and playoff football go hand in hand, so make sure you pick you up a bottle at your local fine wine and good spirits stores. Try out the Tennessee Honey, Fire Apple, or the new Blackberry flavor. And don't forget classic old number 7 Black Label. Celebrate responsibly.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, Dom Giordano Show. Mary and Media, hang right there. You have a great one. You really get the idea. Partnership, partners, celebrity couple, yeah, you can throw that in. But think of a partnership that was doomed, like Joe D. and Marilyn Monroe. I mean, I think DiMaggio is impossible. Apparently just a horrible guy, other than as a player, to be around. Just, just his own way, and that's it. Yeah. And then Marilyn Monroe, I mean...
Apparently she was a slob, too.
Oh, boy. All right. That would really, mix things in here.
I mean, there's a reason the marriage only lasted nine months, right?
No, oh, my God.
I mean, I feel like when you have a status like Marilyn Monroe, you kind of earn it.
Sure, yeah. It's fair.
But only 9 months. You think you'd stick it out for a year so they can't say, didn't even last a year.
If it's that bad, yeah, you got to cut.
Well, I mean, but if you're separated, you just don't, and you wait till the year passes, then you get divorced. You don't see each other. You're not really married. Wow, that is a bad partnership. All right, Maria and Media on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Mary, good Friday. What's yours?
Megyn Kelly hosting the Today Show.
Yes. Well, she wasn't it the Post Today Show? To be fair, wasn't it the 10 o'clock that she had her own show?
I'm not sure. Probably.
It was. But, she was hot at Fox, and she didn't like that, and she turned on it, and she jumped in there. Then there was the Black Santa Claus incident, and that was it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah. They knew it's a matter of time before they figured out a way to fire her, for sure.
That is a really good one. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, bad partnerships, Megyn Kelly and NBC.
Yeah, I mean, that TV slot is reserved exclusively for people drinking wine.
Yeah,
so,
exactly. Yeah, and she was doing a harder thing, and it was a Black Santa thing, I believe. That's, they were looking to get rid of her. But that's a good one. That's not just a celebrity couple. That's kind of what we're looking for. All right, before Pat Malloy, the school district that you know what, I'll hold the school district. I'm going to play you a little bit of Danny Seisler. We went back to this toward the end of the interview yesterday. And the contention was this cop with Miss Good violated policy. Okay, that may be an open debate here about being in front of the car. Was he exactly in front? But to say he would be criminally liable is what it came down to if he doesn't step aside. Stepping aside is quicker, is what the argument is, versus firing on her. Here's a little bit of how it sounded with the sheriff yesterday. Again, the only thing, the biggest objection is this overzealous stuff and not hearing comments about interference and law enforcement being on the scene. Did they not give you enough time with 6ABC? Or do you think you just wanted to focus on the ICE agents?
So, look, when it comes to overzealousness, I am not an expert in what exactly happened in Minneapolis.
Okay.
But from what I have seen, that you do not fire. This isn't just from what I've seen. You don't fire into a moving car. You don't fire into a moving car. That there are.
I don't know. What are you citing on that to say that you don't do that? If the car is coming at you, you absolutely can do that.
You step out of the way of the car.
Danny, what training or what are you citing that for? Other than you believe that it's quicker to do that. There's no training that backs that up that I know of.
So a lot of that is based on, and again, I can't cite to a specific thing, a specific statute or policy guidance right now. But for example, I'll talk about police chases. The standard operating procedures for police chases have shifted significantly in the last decade or so because it is so dangerous. To do a police chase. There's very few examples where you don't want a car running wild. Shooting into a car, particularly in a crowded area, that just is kind of rule number one. Because also, and I will cite this. Are you a gun owner?
No.
Okay. What are there's 4 basic rules that everybody knows, about firearms. One of which is you always have to know your sight picture. You have to not just know what you're shooting at, but what's behind what you're shooting at. And in a scenario like that, when you're shooting into where there potentially could be any number of people, that's a dangerous situation to be firing in public like that.
Okay, that's a little bit of it. Now we have Pat Malloy. chief of police in Abington coming up. Remember, we're not talking here just academically like he gets some kind of punishment from ICE that would be departmental. We're talking here, that was the context we were in, criminally. That's why I was getting the other big thing from this interview, and Henry, it's all over the place. You can go to my Twitter at DomShow1210. I have it pinned. It was great stuff. It was argumentative, but not over the top at all. You can go to the station's Twitter page. You can see it on Instagram. And YouTube yesterday, we had quite a lot of people back and forth on it. A few in agreement with the idea, it seems, of stepping aside. That was certainly doable. Hey, it's not optimal when this woman ends up dead. I mean, it's a tragedy. But that this guy should have to go in hiding now and everything else. And I think we debunked the idea that he wasn't well trained. Military veteran. I think this is his second tour of duty with ICE. This guy had training. He made a decision, I would say, that could be defended in court pretty readily of the reasonable person in that situation. Now, did he put himself in a bad situation? And if that's the case, the penalty for that could be dismissal from ICE, something like that, okay? It's not criminal, though, and it's not what's going on. Well, it's intentional. He wanted to do that. Again, someone ends up dead in this situation, not optimal. But I was amazed that we went back and forth with this step aside thing. And again, not as a choice, but as the only choice, it seemed to me. The sheriff kept on saying, well, it's quicker to do that. Okay. Chief Pat Malloy is with us. We'll ask him about that. And, you know, how do they operate with ICE out there in Montgomery County, Abington's chief of police? That's next, 855-839-1210. That's how you get in on Talk Radio 1210.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
The most important part of your financial future is the firm you choose. You see, all financial firms are not the same. Traditional firms that sell securities can't guarantee income and are vulnerable to bankruptcies, market losses, capital gains taxes, and ongoing fees. But the exclusive crash-proof retirement system continues to protect over 6,000 clients from market losses and bankruptcies, and provides guaranteed tax-favored income with the potential for double-digit interest returns with no fees whatsoever. Our one-of-a-kind proprietary system continues to protect billions of dollars in assets. Are you in or near retirement? There's only one crash-proof retirement for the American retiree. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on February 17th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Fire destroys a North Philadelphia restaurant. Crews battle the blaze in the bitter cold, making sure it didn't spread. The dangerously cold temperatures are gripping the Delaware Valley, and we may see some weekend snow. Much of the region is under a code blue. Communities hoping to bring homeless people indoors.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Start the new year off on a healthier note by taking Active Liver supplements from New Nordic every day. Available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com or at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery, or Wegmans. Weather sponsored by Kitchen Magic.
The Arctic air mass remains in place across the region today. We'll have a mixture of sunshine and clouds, not as windy with a high 36. Clouds on the increase tonight with a chance for some light snow overnight. A coating is possible, especially north and west of the city with a low 30. And for Saturday, some morning snow and rain showers, then mostly cloudy through the afternoon with a high 42.
A new year is the perfect time to refresh the rooms you use every day. Kitchen Magic is a family-owned company crafting quality American-made kitchens and baths since 1979. Now save 30% on kitchen cabinet refacing and 50% on bathroom installations. Start the new year right. Visit kitchenmagic.com.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. Welcome in, and really just an impeccable source. I'm lucky. I have at least 3 of them at a moment's notice yesterday that were texting. I could have used another phone. One still in Philadelphia cop, the other FOP, and then Pat Malloy, who was using Siri. And I could tell racing down the highway to an appointment and getting more and more agitated yesterday as this went on. So let's break down what was said yesterday by the sheriff. I told you how I viewed it as a layman here about the car and the whole thing here. And again, if it's a procedural thing, it's not a criminal thing. That we don't want to try this guy criminally. Let's go to Chief Pat Malloy out there in Abington. Pat, Happy New Year. Henry hates that at this time, but we're saying it. Thanks for joining us.
Happy New Year, Dom, and to you too, Henry, whether you like it or not.
Thank you. Have those people over to arrest him. He's doing a Friends Week here, too. It's been a particularly harsh week. So, Pat, you're listening to this in real time, and you can tell I went back to it with Danny Seisler. It was a good interview. We're differing, but rolling along. Because, the cop in this situation, so first, we're not exactly sure how he got to the front of the car, but at one point, he wasn't directly in front of it. Your thought on that aspect of it?
Sure, Dom. A lot is made of, and a lot of the chiefs and other law enforcement professionals that I spoke with, we would never be in front of a car. We would, and tactically that is not the place to be. However, we don't know what led up to that. Also, when I watched the video, it looked like these agents were sliding. They didn't even have a stable
lot of ice
footing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and something that really doesn't meet the eye of most is why does he have to use his cell phone when we should have body cameras?
Exactly.
And I met with the head of ICE, my command staff, our HSI, Homeland Security from Philadelphia, is a new agent in charge, and he shared that all of the ICE agents in the Philadelphia region are equipped with body cameras. Now, it takes a little bit of time to implement them, but I think that's an important tool that should have been on this ICE agent's chest.
Pat, can I interrupt to say, too,
yes.
That is one of my biggest gripes. You got to move heaven and earth in this, particularly more than Philadelphia, the hostile area in Minnesota. You need body cams there. And it reminds me of the cop who only had a choice to shoot that guy out in West Philly. Remember the mental patient? He was one of the police that still did not have a taser in the trunk. And I know you guys do. And that's all he had. Yep. That's all he could do.
That's exactly right, Don, and I thought of that before you said it because it's malpractice as leaders and government officials not to give them just the basic tools and training required to do the job. And in this environment, we love body cameras. We want everybody equipped with body cameras, and I bet you that ICE agent wished that he had a body camera and he wasn't trying to use his phone to videotape as he was tactically trying to approach this suspect who was non-compliant and was, out there, I think, for several minutes, interfering with a lawful execution of a warrant. And what I'm always careful in these cases, Dom, because, I'm involved in our department's involved in a fatal shooting and we're going through a civil case. This no doubt will wind up in civil court. I don't think it's close to criminal violation at all. But again, if it was in Philadelphia, this guy might have been locked up by now. But I can tell you, I talked to you about Graham versus Connor, and what they'll look at is a Monell claim. Like, is there a deliberate indifference with the policies, the customs, failure to train, failure to supervise? And this agent was, he was a gunnery officer in the Army back in 2004 in Iraq. He has 15 years of law enforcement. He was on their SWAT team, and it's a common misconception that these ICE enforcement people are not trained at all. They go through similar training as law enforcement, although their role is different. And the fact that we don't have local PDs and chiefs that aren't going out there to assist with crowd control, that's why these things are going to escalate, and they could get out of control when we have chiefs, bowing to elected officials who are telling them that they can't cooperate in any way, because we take an oath to cooperate. We have a duty to go and assist, at least in that role. So
that's the biggest thing, Pat. And I'm
things.
only the layman, but I'm channeling you. I've browbeaten Roe this week. Henry somewhat telling him all the way back, instant after it happened, it was chaotic. We know that what happens, the adrenaline starts to pump. You don't think as clearly. And then she never, with cops on the scene, would have been allowed to block traffic. She'd be alive today. They would have stopped her.
Exactly. We're really good at de-escalating. We're really good at controlling perimeters. These are things that we do deal with all the time, and it would be helpful if we toned down the rhetoric when you had the sheriff and the DA, pontificating,
Right.
this self-aggrandizement. She has no business weighing in, and you saw the commissioner put out a brilliant statement in response to that. But the reality is, and I think people are looking at these use of force instances through the lens of whatever political, whether they agree with the immigration enforcement or not. They're not looking objectively at this use of force, which, looking at it, it was awful but lawful is what we say. The guy,
Yeah, Pat, I think you
Go ahead.
suggested to me you have been in situations like that. Maybe you weren't coming up as an officer, maybe not where you've had to fire. What's that like? Take us through. Have you ever faced somebody refusing to get out of the vehicle?
Yes, we have, and in law enforcement, if we have time to plan for that, where you may have a car or a vehicle in front boxing a vehicle in, which generally isn't a good tactic either. But depending on the crime or why, this was like SWAT operations where we're trying to lock somebody up. We know who's armed. We know that individual is dangerous, and we need to move quickly. And we even train, if God forbid somebody in a car has a weapon and we're coming up from the front, we were trained to shoot down in an angle. And I know the sheriff was talking about the rules of firearms, and which are very good, but officers are trained to shoot, a tight shot and to stop a threat.
Well,
And,
wait a minute. You
so
just said something there I wish I had thrown back yesterday, which is firing down on an angle. So this guy's not, I think we're going to see not just firing indiscriminately that can hit someone else.
Yeah, and our training, you were trying to shoot down on an angle, and if he did, I don't know.
Right.
And when I heard your other call or somebody talking about it takes 0.6 seconds to fire 4 shots with a Glock. Our duty weapon, 0.6 for 4 shots. So you try to put yourself in the shoes of that ICE agent, who I believe did have really good training and may have not. Maybe he wished he wasn't in front of that car, but you can't change that, and you can only judge him on what he saw at the time of the shooting through the, not 20/20 hindsight, but through the lens of a trained police officer. And we all are looking at this, as if it was in the NFL in the end zone where you can throw the red flag, slow it down, and then make a decision based on that. This officer needs to process a whole lot, and what it will come down to is, did he feel like he was in imminent bodily harm? Was he in a position where she was going to cause imminent bodily harm, serious bodily harm to him? And I think at the end of the day, and I don't know all the factors here, I think that's will wind up in a civil case, and that will be the judgment. How they can articulate that or prove that. That's what I think that it'll come down to.
It makes a lot of sense. And Pat, with the sheriff yesterday, when I said there's no training, there's no directive, it's quicker to step aside and all that, we're leaving out the fact you don't have to roll the dice that you're going to get run over, killed, harmed, and he had already been hit. I don't know if he has internal bleeding, but he was already hit by the car or bumped by the car. You don't have to have that. Once this awful situation starts, you use the word. That's what I'd be looking at too. Indifference.
Yes, and I'm sure the training that they undergo to become an agent, and the ongoing training, and especially in light of amping up the operations in various cities, I imagine that they do a good job with their training and supervision. But you think about it, if every job that you're going out on, you have to deal with individuals who are interfering, blocking the roadway. And you saw just the other night, they actually jumped on the back of an ICE agent, and they started beating him with a shovel and a broomstick.
Yeah, exactly.
And that officer shot because, again, he was getting outnumbered, and that's going to be a legitimate use of force, I imagine, not knowing all the facts. But this is I think it's unprecedented. Whether we agree with the way the immigration laws are being enforced right now, we also don't know all the facts. Sometimes they take somebody into custody for an administrative warrant because they need that individual to flip on somebody who's doing gun trafficking or human trafficking, or there might be other elements that we're not aware of. But because of how divided we are and how emotional people are with regard to immigration laws, we're in a bad position. And I think leaders, real responsible leaders, should not be like the sheriff and the DA threatening another law enforcement agency as if they're going to lock them up. It was embarrassing for us to hear them standing and performing like that, when the reality, we have an oath to protect our citizens. And if ICE comes into Abington, and when they do, we usually get a courtesy call or a text. And our role, and my officers know, we are not immigration agents. We didn't sign 287G. It's not necessary, and it's not our role. However, we will assist to the extent that we need to, given the circumstances. But we do have too many organizations out there who, because of their because of their representatives, are reluctant to do what they would do during any normal operations with the federal, state, and local. The supremacy clause exists for a reason. We don't have to agree with the feds. They can come in here and actually do what they want. They don't need to notify us. But we've always been successful by cooperating with every agency when they're coming in to do a legitimate operation. We have an obligation to support them in any way we can.
And Pat, I really like your eye, of course. You have a trained eye just as a citizen, but as a police chief. When you mentioned the ICE, I mentioned it right away. People are skating, all these little things. You're asking hair trigger things here. Why do that? Because it's romanticized that you block them with your vehicle. You can't do that. It's reckless beyond belief.
It truly is. And sadly, that escalated into an encounter where, and I feel for the parents of that young lady, her wife. I know she was a mother. It's sad and tragic. But this officer, there's no joy in taking a life. And he's already been dragged before. I know he's been through a couple other, things. He's an Army veteran. It's just sad that the people who should know better, the leaders out there in Minneapolis, including the law enforcement, are somewhat promoting this type of peaceful. It's not peaceful. This is basically it's interfering. It's criminal behavior, and that's why they made a decision. They were going to detain her and get her out of that car and lock her up, and then boom, it escalated into a split-second decision.
I wish I had the facility to have a camera crew with me at all times, because I'm out there, as you know, and seeing you over at the Keswick when Tommy Lauren came, and people would have a sense of when does peaceful protest, and you and your cops maintain that. Well, when does it get to a point where you're on the edge here a bit that something can happen? And that was really illustrated that night by that one guy who I think routinely had caused situations. And the more the public sees that, the more they have a sense of what this is like.
Yes. And I give credit to my elected officials. There has been a debate behind the scenes because other municipalities have passed what equals a sovereign city or a
sanctuary,
a sanctuary city or a welcoming ordinance, saying explicitly they will not cooperate. Our township did put out a statement in conjunction with my command staff and I, blessing it, just just so people are educated to understand our role in this, as we cooperate and collaborate with ICE. But it's so emotional right now, and I think people need to tone down the rhetoric. And, I always think of Schoolhouse Rock. People, you understand how these laws are passed?
Exactly.
I'm just a bill sitting here on Capitol Hill. Go to your legislators. Don't go tackling ICE agents who are out there following orders, trying to do their jobs. These laws have not changed. They were the same under Biden. They were the same under previous administrations, going all the way back several years. And all of a sudden there's a change in tactics and how we're enforcing it. And there's a much better way for people to protest. And what's happening now across the country, I'm afraid it could continue to escalate, and there'll be more senseless encounters like this that could be avoided.
Pat, thank you so much. Thanks for what you do every day, and thanks for being such a friend. We really appreciate it.
All right, Don, my pleasure. Take care, guys.
Right.
And Happy New Year, Henry.
Thank you.
I'm turning a posse of people out there with the Happy New Year across the Delaware Valley. All right, thanks to Chief Pat Malloy. 855-839-1210. Grab a line.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-823-5544. That's 800-823-5544. 800-823-5544.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Kick off your new year on a high note with a new certified or pre-owned vehicle from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Did you know Piazza carries more than 3,500 new vehicles and 1,600 pre-owned vehicles at any given time, like Honda, Acura, Mazda, Hyundai, and Volkswagen, plus pretty much any other brand that you can think of. Now that's selection. Visit PiazzaAutogroup.com, search Piazza's new and pre-owned inventory, or to find a dealer nearest you. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Fall means football, and the ultimate game plan starts in your kitchen. At D&K Appliances, we carry winning brands like GE, Bosch, Wolf, and Sub-Zero. So whether it's game day grilling, chilling drinks, or post-game cleanup, we've got you covered. Family owned with personalized service. D&K Appliances delivers, installs, and supports every play. Visit our showrooms in Newtown Square or Flowertown, or online at dkappliances.com. D&K Appliances, the dependable difference.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, You can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
From Broomall to Blackwood, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, Dom Giordano show coming up. Just quite a great group. Jennifer Say, remember her? How she became one of the premier people in this whole field of trans people in boys and men and girls sports, etc. It was during COVID. She was with Levi Strauss, big executive. Stuff happened there, and one thing led to another. She'll join us later next hour to talk about in Washington what comes next. But I'm here to tell you that I believe it's 9. The Department of Education is investigating now, formal notice of investigation, not just happenstance out of the whole country. And one of them is the Great Valley School District. The Great Valley School District. Now, they've skated on the edges, gone right down Broadway, really, that they're not going to follow this stuff. They were caught, my friends over at the Delaware Valley Journal, Linda Stein, they had pieces up with insiders where they were essentially telling their teachers, no, we're not going to tell parents if their kids are using another name. Their kids are saying that they're usually, I think it was a female, that they're male, all that type of stuff. And even trying to cover their tracks if they had to. From parents, you just can't do that stuff. So now they are one of the few schools in the country, the initial list being investigated, meaning they're, I assume, going to subpoena them, ask them for documents. And it seems to be they're not anywhere near in compliance with the executive order on this stuff. So what will happen then? Well, sooner rather than later, I hope there's a penalty. Withdrawal of federal funding is one thing you could do. I'm sure there are other things. Linda McMahon announcing it, Great Valley School District. Now, we'll see how quickly this investigation happens. And then, as I said, what is the leverage to be used to get them to be in compliance? I don't think they'll comply. We're going to see this battle again and again and again. And we saw it play out this week. So Jennifer Say will be here to talk about that. We're going to talk with Senator Corman. He's
Coleman.
the one.
Coleman.
Oh, is it Coleman, not Corman?
Jarrett Coleman.
It is Coleman. You know what, Henry? I think in the thing in Inquirer, I don't know why I thought it said Corman. Okay. Coleman, who was on the show before about, we'll get an update with Shapiro and the home security thing. Yeah. Now, he doubled down. He didn't backtrack on calling Philadelphia a blank hole based upon, he said, seeing Rochelle Bilal and Larry Krasner. They're the people that make it that. And boy, the Inquirer and a number of these Democrats, they're making this, how dare you attack the cities? We can't attack rural Pennsylvania. Also, they're making a lot of the fact that he's from Allentown for some reason. I've been to Allentown a few times. It's okay. I don't, see what the
I don't think I've ever
reasons.
been, now that I think about it.
Yeah, I broadcast from there, right near there, or, if there's a suburb of that. It was in Allentown, I think, though, for 2012 election or something. Okay. Hit us on the side question, too. An all-time doomed partner or partnership is what we're looking for coming off on this day or recently this week. Jody and Marilyn Monroe married. Only 9 months it lasted. I wonder if it was really only 6. How long were they actually together?
I'm sure they had instant regret 2 weeks in. What are we doing here?
But he's still, Joe has class. I just think he was a rotten guy. I mean, by every account, I read the books about him, a sour guy beyond belief. But he was classy. He placed roses at her graveside, every other day or something. Yeah. Nice touch, Joe. Can you imagine? All right. 855. And by the way, the guys that Marilyn Monroe was involved with just show the trauma of her life. DiMaggio, then she was involved with a world-class playwright, like a real serious, I'm forgetting his name now, and I think she was getting into an intellectual phase. And who was the other one? Before she became famous, then the Kennedys. My God, just hard to believe. And DiMaggio is the one that seemed to have the most spark. 9 months of it. 855. You have the other husband?
Arthur Miller? Is that
Arthur Miller, yeah. Arthur Miller is Death of a Salesman.
And The Crucible, I'm pretty sure.
Yes. Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, she was into an intellectual phase, but after Joe DiMaggio and after the Kennedys, I guess anything possible.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, 855-839-1210.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too.
Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions like you are tuning into Newsmax. You're watching Newsmax on cable. You're going to our streaming channel, Newsmax 2, and you're downloading our free Newsmax app on your smartphones and TVs. Reuters Institute says we're now one of the top news brands in the nation. Every night, watch great shows with Rob Schmidt, Carl Higbie, Rob Finnerty, and more as they expose the big media lies, the Washington swamp, and they're never afraid to talk about faith, freedom, and the values that made us great. Find out why Newsmax is the fastest-growing news channel in America. Make the switch today and join our news revolution. Get Newsmax on cable, on streaming, and download the free app today. It takes just seconds to start. Let President Trump know you stand with Newsmax. It's for real news, for real people. Make the switch today.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Rhea here to tell you about the excitement happening now at Lexus of Cherry Hill. The L Certified Winter Collection Sales Event is on. New year, new ride. Get special finance rates on L Certified Lexus models now through March 2nd. With over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from, your next Lexus is waiting. Family and veteran-owned and operated, Lexus of Cherry Hill is proud to be an 8-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for customer sales experience. Start your journey today at lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Let's ring in the new year by finally checking off something that actually matters. Your old videotapes and photos are fading more every year. VCRs are disappearing, and the clock is ticking to save your family's most important memories. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box to help you preserve your memories by converting all your videotapes, photos, and film reels into digital files. And this year, it's easier than ever.
Introducing our biggest kit yet, able to hold up to 80 videotapes or film reels or 2,000 photos. It's perfect for big collections. You can even send in old DVDs, memory cards, flip phones, or early generation iPhones.
Legacy Box is truly the easiest New Year's resolution you'll ever keep. Just fill your box and send it in. As the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos, all work is done in the U.S., and we're trusted by over 1 million families.
Start the new year right by rescuing the moments you haven't watched in years. Go to legacybox.com/radio for an incredible 55% off. That's legacybox.com/radio for 55% off.
This week's Game Time Sports Update is brought to you by Bet365.
Following a series of home games, Dallas hits the road and heads to New York for a Monday night matchup that's sure to draw attention across the Pro Basketball League. This game will be a blend of star power and playoff-level intensity. Hosted at one of the league's most iconic arenas, as both teams aim to improve their record and climb up in their conference standing.
When it comes to sportsbooks, Bet365 has it all. Download the Bet365 app today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be located in Pennsylvania.
It is Dom time. I'm watching on the libs of TikTok this female protester, 217,000 views, because as a shield, she's using a broiling pan that you would put pasta or something in across her chest, that she's out there as like a sheet of armor. Oh, my God. Unbelievable. I may repost that. You'll see it. You'll get a chuckle. Okay, it's 855-839-1210. I put this in the what they don't get about talk radio. People think all we do is talk about politics, etc. There's all the fun stuff that is inside, including my mortally obese wallet yesterday that I put out. Oh, I got almost as much response to that as the thing we did with the sheriff yesterday, including a really nice guy who went through a list, and I'm going to follow up where he got calls. I'm looking for it here, Henry. I think I clipped it. He said this one wallet that's out there, you can put 19 cards in it. Now, I don't want to put 19 cards in it. That wallet looks like mine. Mine is a Levi's bifold black leather wallet with extra pockets. Listen to the measurements on this. Now, I don't want that. This wallet's too big.
Okay.
It's tearing the back of my pants. That and the left knee, because of the rubbing when I'm on the air, the back and forth motion, they wear out. The rest of them perfectly fine. They're 5 years old. I can still wear them except for that. This is Joe Abdelko. He writes, that wallet looks like mine. Levi's bifold black leather wallet with extra pockets. It measures 8.5 inches long and 3.5 inches wide.
Jeez.
8.5 inches long.
That's got to be open, right? Opened, it's 8.5 inches? It can't be closed.
I get. I was going to say.
That's a purse at that point. You might as well put that over your shoulder.
There you go. It's a man purse. And 3.5 inches wide. It has 9 slots for your cards, plus a separate pocket for your driver's license. I think I got it on sale at Kohl's a few years ago for $25. Also saw them at Bobscoff's. FYI, I usually carry around $50 in cash at all times. Now, what my point is, listeners are just bonded in talk radio. The side question does a lot of this. It's the interaction, not just with me, but the producers, etc. Over the years, this happens. So it's not just about Scream. And that interview yesterday I was proud of because it was argumentative. It was pointed on policy. And I'm kind of surprised even at the end, the sheriff who had a position there that I think is getting traction that I told you. And I'm going to ask Robert of Ben Salem this coming up because he's always ready to answer. I told you Tom Homan with Laura Ingraham last night said bad messaging or not enough messaging out there. That's why ICE is getting killed. He said he believes 70% were criminals they were bringing in, but he seemed to indicate could be lower than that. So it means we're not, look, it's like the healthcare thing with Republicans. I want to win. I don't want to just blithely go on show. Yes, that's right. The American people are looking at the rounding up of people without a criminal record per se, other than breaking into the country here illegally. What's the message? Why can't they stay? Is one of the questions and I think Homan is to get that message out there about that, and that the election wasn't just about criminal illegal aliens, meaning addict crimes of something else. It was about what Biden did, what he let into the country, and the country doesn't like that, can't handle it, objects to it. That's a harder thing to duke it out on. But I think that's where we're getting to be at this point. All right, let's go to Robert here on Talk Radio 1210. Martin, you're a dissident on the cop thing. Well, I'm coming to you. You're in Abington, too. Good. Hey, Robert, welcome in, first of all. What's the best argument why people can't be here, even if they hadn't committed additional crimes?
Hi, Dom and Henry. It's good to talk to you guys today. And there was a couple things on that. The bottom line is that laws were broken people seem to forget this. Laws were broken when they flooded in these illegal immigrants. And Mr. Cecler said, well, there's 6 million, but most of them are visa overstays. And that's a flat out lie.
It's not true.
There's about 2.5 million visa overstays, but that doesn't count the 17 million that were brought in here. And so when they broke the law bringing them in, Mr. Cecler had nothing to say. When he was talking about shooting at somebody when there's someone behind him, he said nothing on the Capitol riots with Officer Byrd, shooting through a door at somebody who wasn't even threatening them. Also, he is talking about, he's prettily trying to say that he's going to do exactly what the left wants him to do, and that's not going to be good for Bucks County.
Well, wait a minute. Let me underline that point, because we're going to, this was a really good interview. We actually got someone in power, Robert, and you hit upon the sore point with me, but I had other fish to fry yesterday when he said all these police chiefs, I know a few, they didn't tell him they're anti-ICE. And this idea, because the people here illegally are afraid, we have to then go with that as far as what we're going to do legally is crazy.
It absolutely is crazy. And when he said the officer should have stepped aside,
yes,
what if she turns into him? He's given up his chance to stop her with his gun, and he's getting run over by a tire. Cecler is just another clueless socialist. And this is what he said one thing that was accurate yesterday, Dom. He said if this issue was that important, Republicans would have come out to vote. He was 100% right. Republicans who did not come out to vote, please don't call and complain about what Cecler does over the next couple of years.
Let's underline that. That's exactly it. And you know what? I blame them, Robert, but I'm telling you, President Trump can't be making vague comments like, oh, they'll impeach me if you don't show up and vote. He's got to tell people, as you and I are, you don't show up and vote, then shut up. Don't bother us anymore.
And as you said, if you don't show up to vote, and it doesn't take long, you're not a patriot, man. And
exactly.
You're a stag. Get on a team. You know what I mean? Boy, I could go on a long time about this because your interview was perfect. You stayed right on that line of challenging him without driving him off the air, and that was well done. And I did not mind being on hold that long to listen to that interview, Don.
Well, thank you very much. Well, it's great teamwork, too. Henry getting him on, coordinating everything. And,
Henry.
It's good stuff.
I have to ask Henry a quick question. Henry, did Dom's right foot start tapping when Mr. Cecler comes on? Because every time he gets into it, that right foot starts tapping.
I'm doing it right now. The left foot hangs in the air. The right foot is the one that comes down. That's right.
Yeah.
You would figure you'd tap both feet since you use both feet to drive, Dom.
The left knee on the jeans is what wears out because I rub them, moving back and forth. Yeah.
And I'll leave the wallets alone because I want to get right to the side answer.
Yeah.
My answer to the side question, and it's really in the news these days, is NATO. And I would just submit real quick that the reason why we have these rifts in NATO isn't because of Mr. Trump. It's because most of Europe is going into socialism, and America is not going to follow them into socialism, and that's going to create a perpetual rift between our countries with the NATO alliance. Do you agree?
You know what? I would say this up to this point, Robert. To your point, you're right. You're taking elements that are not in sync here, the United States and Europe in general, and it's getting worse. But I got to say, it's done its job in preventing what we're trying to prevent, the Russians coming in and everything else, has it not?
For a long time it did, and I'm not even suggesting that it should be disbanded.
Right.
In fact, I think President Trump strengthened NATO by getting – and what do these idiots do, Dom? They send troops to Greenland? Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
you watched the war in Ukraine. Now you're going to fight us. These people have lost their minds.
Right, but I get it with what you're saying about a line can be crossed here, that these are very different partners in this. We've never been with the Europeans. And then someone like Trump coming in, America first, and where they're going, doomed.
Yeah, I agree with you, Don. Look, you guys have a wonderful weekend. It's a great show as always, Don.
Thank you, Robert.
You as well.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Good stuff. Ro even noticed, Henry, you were caught up in the moment there yesterday after we were done with the Cecler interview. It's like we had scored, and now We're walking around the end zone not knowing where we are.
Yeah, I was locked into the zone, and I was like, all right, we got to get the money melody out, and then I just completely spaced. And I'm like, what are we talking about again?
Well, it's one of my insights. I think relief is one of the greatest of human emotions. I put it up there in my top 3. In other words, you go to the doctor, and the doctor says, get out of here. Everything's fine. Is there anything better than that relief?
I don't trust doctors like that, so.
Okay, well, true. But I mean, momentary relief.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, though. Yeah, that
you're relief. Yeah, you have a close call. You barely nick a car coming in. Relief. It's underrated because it's kind of a negative. You avoid it. You're not getting anything good, but you're relieved it's nothing bad.
It's the absence of pain.
Exactly. All right, 855-839-1210. By the way, I just thought it would be, and I told him, I'm texting him now during the break, Henry, Fred Herron. I didn't bring Fred on today or ask him to come on because I didn't want to appear we're piling on, and because I think somebody willing to come on, given the misguided reputation of talk radio, they just think, oh, man, out of the box. I'd have to admit, I'd have to really be meditating for months before it with Larry Krasner. But I would take it for the team. I would tell myself, I don't care if he cleans the glasses. I'm not going over the top rope. Jim Kenney, I don't think I could do it. Right out of the box, it would be impossible. But he came on. He'll come on again. And he was willing to say what he thinks on these things, even stuff happening in Minnesota. That's good. You don't know the number of people that dodge us that are even supposed to be Republicans or conservatives. They're afraid. They don't like to be challenged even a little bit. So when they come on and they're willing to do this. So we didn't bring Fred on because we didn't want to be then, going back and forth. I'd love to have the two of them on together, and I think that might be doable. I should have done it during the election cycle. Now I can see Slicer might have been willing to do it. But to Robert's point, the election in Bucks County, I don't believe had much to do with the illegal immigration thing. It probably blew things up a little bit. It's, again, Trump voters, Republican voters out there in Bucks County were not turned on enough to come out. Oh, well, they were. They wanted to get at Trump. Maybe, I don't even think abortion this time was the driver it usually is. It was one thing, Trump. And Trump, as a political force, is great if he's on the ballot. If he's not, in this atmosphere, it's very difficult. No one's going to tell me that Mikey Sherrill get 95% of the vote in Camden and cities like that. People were, and the numbers that came out, all those people, she's tepid. I mean, she's a progressive. Her ideology is repugnant and a lot of things, but she doesn't get the juices flowing on the other side. You know what I mean? Those numbers are amazing. So what did? They're coming out against Trump. And usually there is the counter wave that we saw in 2024 that want the country to turn, and Trump added all these new diverse elements to it. So when he's on the ballot, all that hatred just seems to ratchet up his numbers more by people saying, oh, yeah? When he's not on the ballot, what do we do with these people? And I don't want to be sitting there on election night at it wouldn't be for the midterms. It couldn't be 8:43. We have declared that the House is now in Democrat hands. Oh, no, not like that again. I can't take that again. We're packing up our stuff. All right. Well, wait a minute, guys. I'm here until midnight. You got to stay. No. We're done. We can't take this. All right. 855-839-1210. You get on board. Hit us with a doomed partnership, because this week is when they got married, Marilyn Monroe and Joe D. Do people not say, come on, you guys, why are you getting married? What? You can't talk you out of this. I don't know which one I would tell more. And then when Marilyn Monroe, and Henry, you were impressed, he wrote The Crucible. Yeah. I think The Crucible is great. And maybe you're thinking it's more intellectual. But Death of a Salesman is among the top 3 American plays of all time. Willie Loman is one of the characters that's...
right, yeah.
What's the line about whistling on an elevator?
Oh, man, I haven't seen that in
It's even in
years.
Seinfeld. Hey, Biff. Yeah. 855-839-1210. The Crucible, where's that set? Is that in a small town?
I thought it was in a city.
You may be right.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's more intellectual. But Death of a Salesman is like, that guy was hot. Marilyn Monroe was sitting there reading the play. I think she actually had glasses on in one scene I've seen. The intellectual phase. How long do you think? See how long that lasted. That long? Which one lasted longer of her marriages?
Let's see. That was the longest marriage. It was there was about 5 years. From
5 years?
56 to 61, yeah.
How old was he? Does it say how old he was? Because she died at, 38? I think she died of an overdose at 38. Geraldo, if he were here with us, would say some other reason, but he had to be in his late 50s, I
So
think.
he was 40.
Oh, my God. He looked ancient.
Yeah. Well, that's how everyone looked back then.
That's right.
You were like 35, and you were like balding and gray already with your pants up to your...
I think women looked older
doing
back.
that at 25.
Yeah. I think women looked older back then, but men looked really older back
Oh,
then.
yeah, absolutely.
What's the reason?
Very much.
Yeah.
Smoking.
Is it the hats?
Smoking.
Oh, smoking.
I always think it's smoking. Like there's always that viral video of like Penn State football players in the 80s.
Yeah.
And they look like they're 40 years old. And you look
God.
at college football players today and you're like, what changed? And I just think people aren't in rooms with smoke anymore.
The scene in It's a Wonderful Life, Jimmy Stewart, and the guy who looks ancient with Mr. Potter says, someday this bright young man, pointing to himself, he looks like he's in his late 50s or 60s.
Yeah, he's supposed to be playing.
It's going to go with Jimmy Stewart, who looks like he's 30 playing a guy that's like 20.
Right, yeah, like 22. Yeah. I'm going to college.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't understand. I'm going now.
You know what? That's a pretty good. Let me hear that Jimmy Stewart one more time.
Oh, shoot. That was right off the cuff.
You had that little...
What, do you want the moan?
Yeah. That you got it. That's a little thing he does.
Yeah, he's got one of those voices.
Henry, we got to play Jimmy Stewart, one of my favorites. And
you gonna see the movie?
Which movie?
There's a Jimmy Stewart movie coming out, I think, either later this year.
I have to. Yeah.
KJ Apa playing Jimmy Stewart. Which,
oh man,
yeah, that's an interesting choice.
All right, Martin, you're there. We're going to take your challenge here. What you think happened, and others get into on the side question. Bad partnerships. All right, I went pretty heavy. The Nazis in the Soviet Union, but it came to me. I was taken off the board for Lance. He was waiting out there to say that today. He's been on too good of a streak here. Where are you today, Lance? 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. Hey, first, are you ready to make this year you truly feel better? Start with your health. Rescue Natural Supplements has been helping people support heart health, cholesterol, digestion, weight management, energy levels, and more targeted wellness goals for over 40 years using high-quality, research-backed ingredients your body can trust. And right now, Rescue is celebrating you with your New Year's savings. Save 40% when you buy any 4 single bottles of Rescue supplements. Use that code NEWYEAR40. Try their popular Rescue 1250 Omega-3 for heart and brain health, Probiotic for better digestion, or Oracine for more consistent all-natural energy. Whatever your health goals, Rescue has you covered. To mix and match 4 or more bottles and get 40% off, just go to res-q.com or call a Rescue product consultant at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, or online at res-q.com. Use that code NEWYEAR40. Now's the time to take a smart step toward feeling your best with 40% off any 4 bottles of premium Rescue supplements, res-q.com. Use that code NEWYEAR40, NEWYEAR40 at checkout. Don't wait. Make this the year you prioritize your wellness with Rescue.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. If you're going to have one New Year's resolution this year, it should be to protect yourself and your family, and my friends at Bob's Little Sports Shop will help. Bob's isn't just about selling firearms. They're a full-service shop with over 60 years of experience helping citizens like you and me exercise our Second Amendment rights and become safe, responsible gun owners. They're going to guide you from start to finish, from applying for your permit, helping you select the right firearm, and train you on how to safely operate it. Bob's instructors are certified NRA and range range safety officers. And ladies, listen up. If you're interested in learning more and want to explore, attend Bob's Ladies Only Shoot on March 1st at 1 p.m. This event is for women only with women-only instructors. No other range in our area offers a women-only event like this. No firearms ID card or prior experience is required to attend, but space is limited, ladies, so protect yourself and your family. Sign up today. Visit bobslittle.sportshop.com. bobslittle.sportshop.com. This ad sponsored by Bob's Little Sport Shop.
You'd love new windows, but you don't want to pay a fortune for them. Well, January is a great time of year thanks to Window Nation. Right now, they're more affordable during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 Windows Free sale. Plus, you could get them with 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. If you're feeling cold drafts from your windows, or seeing fog or mold around the frame, or paying a lot more for heat than your neighbors are, it's time for new windows. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Visit windownation.com now.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Call 811 if you have some groundwork to do. Utilities are under you, and it's all good until they spew. Oops, now all on your lawn. It smells like a porta-john. Should've just called 811. It's a real human stinky bomb.
Call 811 before you dig and help us hit 50 and 5. 50% less damage to buried utilities in 5 years. For more info, visit pa1call.org.
I dared Archwell Health to keep track of my vitals and my grandkids' names.
I dared Archwell Health to simplify my prescriptions, so Max and I have more time to play. Good boy.
And I dared Archwell Health to be closer than my neighborhood coffee shop.
Our members dared us to do more as a primary care provider for adults age 60 and up, so we made it our mission. Visit archwellhealth.com and become a member today. Archwell Health. We dare to care.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325 on back-to-back weekends. The new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam! Let's go!
One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go!
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month. Only on Paramount Plus.
It's time to get focused. Focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations. Or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
All right. Goodfellas is a semi-great film. Playing that, come on, the music in there alone is Henrietta. It's just a decent film.
Yeah,
he says good, but he means decent. You ever say good and decent?
Yeah. Was that song from Goodfellas?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. They play that several times. I want to say.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking of Pans the De Niro, like smoking a cigarette at the bar.
Yeah, exactly. De Niro's a great smoker. I mean, he really gets the smoking and the shot and beer thing down. Really does brilliantly in that. Okay. Guy Shiraki, now the wallet stuff is getting too much out of hand. Text us, this is how he rolls, and it's a big skinny wallet. And the website to get them is bigskinny.net. Who knew what we were unveiling?
This sounds like something you shouldn't be allowed to say on air.
Yeah, exactly. So, God, next time we see you, I got to see the wallets here. Anywhere I go, I want to see the wallet now. I'm getting rid of the wallet. The Barco Lounger, it was in mourning. I don't want to be in mourning an entire weekend over the wallet. I give up very hard on things. I just don't do it. All right, we're going to talk coming up with Jennifer Say, the woman who is so into this whole battle over males and female sports, former executive with Levi Strauss, founder and CEO of XX-XY Athletics and a whole apparel company around that. She spoke in Washington. I was looking at it today before the show and trying to drown her out. It was the left around her in this whole thing. What is it that came out of this week? Henry, though, this is so brilliant. I got to take it. I'll make it short, though, right? You start getting the stopwatch. Dan in Richboro's got one. All right, Dan, what's yours? Yo, Dan.
Well, can you count? I'm here. Can you count to 2 billion?
Go ahead. Yes.
How about if you can count to 2 billion in reverse and you put Dylan Mulvaney and Bud Light in the same pairing?
Yes. That's devastating. Oh, and that woman still has a job. She's with another company, the 27-year-old who did that. I forget where she is. Yes.
Alyssa something or other. I don't know how you can come back from that, honestly.
They haven't. And, usually people forget. It's Bud after all, Dan, but you're right. They haven't. In fact, it's become the narrative. It's become a meme, this whole thing, for any business like that when they do it. That is a really good one. Henry, you're not way out by that one, huh?
It's pretty good. It's low-hanging fruit. We should have took that off the board. But
I know.
It's a good answer.
Yeah, that's absolutely. All right, Jennifer Say now, Levi Strauss, big executive, COVID comes. You know the story. What does she think happens next now with the women's movement coming off all that? You can see us on YouTube, too, youtube.com/1210WPHT, youtube.com/1210WPHT. She's with us next on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. Taking to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Not sure whether it's busted or salvageable? Call PJ Fitzpatrick to diagnose and fix your home repair problems. PJ will come to your home with a complete shop on their truck, and they can fix it all the same day. Freezing, drafty windows, overflowing gutters, rotted trim, and leaking roofs. This is the time to call the home repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No job too big or too small. Visit them, trustpj.com. With over 45 years of experience, they'll fix it right the first time. Visit trustpj.com and stay off the ladders.
Hi, I'm Paul Cozy from Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. As a family-owned jeweler for over 35 years, Valentine's Day has always been one of my favorite times of year because it's about celebrating love in a personal way. Whether you're choosing something timeless or designing a custom piece, I'll help you create a gift that truly means something, not just for this Valentine's Day, but for years to come. If you're ready to do something extra special, I'd love to help. Visit us at Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square, and let's make this Valentine's Day unforgettable.
It's a new year, and there's no better time to invest in your smile than right now. It's 2026, and this is the year that you want healthier teeth, greater confidence, and care you can trust. So make your appointment now with Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. With Dr. Mike, it's not about cost, it's about care. His compassion and commitment to your health is his top priority, and I should know he's my dentist. And for over 12 years, Dr. Mike has been recognized by his peers as a master of complex dental surgery and procedures. He treats other doctors. He's the guy the experts call the expert in handling complex dental surgeries and procedures. So, my entire family goes to Dr. Mike, and when it comes to your health, you don't cut corners. That's why it's so important. You go to the best and only the best. with 2 offices to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Make your appointment to get your free dental implant consultation today. If you already had an estimate, you get a second opinion. It's worth doing. This is your smile we're talking about. VenariaDental.com, VANARIA, VenariaDental.com.
Sunday's Crash Proof Retirement Show will air at a special time, 10 a.m. Tune in to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. This Sunday's Crash Proof Retirement Show starts at 10 a.m.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, big issues, big guest. I'm Giordano Show. Jennifer Say has been with us many times, and this was a big week. The founder, CEO of XX-XY Athletics, coming off her own struggle that started, as I remember it, during COVID with Levi Strauss, and has ended up in the thick of. She was one of the major speakers there in Washington, and of course, the other side trying to drown them out. She joins us here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Jennifer, watch that whole speech. Nice work to be able to continue to speak through that. What was the atmosphere like at the Supreme Court?
Well, I can't speak to inside the courtroom. I wasn't inside. Obviously, oral arguments were happening. I did hear some of the live stream, but outside on the steps, it was incredible. I mean, there were so many amazing women gathered together to speak, Olympians, NCAA champions, world champions, lawyers, politicians, the AGs in the case. I mean, it was just like this incredible collection of people who have been fighting, some for, over a decade on this issue. And the speeches were incredible. The activists counter-protesting were right next to us. They had no speeches. They just tried to play music over us to drown us out, which I think is pretty telling if you think about it. That's all they've been trying to do since the beginning, is drown us out with their stupid word salad.
Let's talk about these, the strategy, the breakthrough for me. We played during that, Jennifer, when you were doing that this week, we played this, David Letterman had on Serena Williams, and Letterman was saying, the Andy Roddick had some match or whatever. He was trying to lean her toward Serena, saying, well, maybe some of the next tier, not the Roddick, she could contend with and probably beat a males. And she said, no, it's 2 different leagues at that point. I'm mentioning that because you mentioned NCAA athletes and others there. Is there anybody you would say that's prominent, that's willing to go on the record and do this? And I think it would be amazing if we got just one.
Yeah, it would. I agree. I think it's coming. I mean, right now, only 3 currently competing professional athletes, so take NCAA out, but currently competing professional athletes have said anything. One is Elizabeth Eddy. She wrote an op-ed in the New York Post. She plays for Angel City FC, which is the pro women's soccer team in LA. She wrote this op-ed. 2 days later, her teammates did a press conference calling her a racist and a bigot. So that's pretty discouraging for other players to stand up and say anything. Another is Sophie Cunningham. I would say she hasn't been full-throated about it, but in a podcast, for those who don't know, Sophie was on the Indiana Fever. She's joining this new league. She said on a podcast that a really good team of 8th grade boys would beat a WNBA team at basketball. I think that's a pretty clear statement. And then Ariana Sabalenka said leading up to the Battle of the Sexes match that it wasn't fair for males to compete in women's sports. So again, not full-throated, but pretty clear. And by the way, Sabalenka she's the number 1 ranked woman in the world, and she lost to the 671st ranked man in the world at that Battle of the Sexes in straight sets. He smoked her, and he's injured and hasn't really played professionally in 2 years, and his ranking has fallen to, the high 600s. So those are the only women we have that are currently competing that have said anything. I agree with you. It would be great to have a high-performing pro athlete or NCAA. We don't. They're afraid of losing their endorsement deals. My understanding is for some of the really high-profile athletes, it's even built into their contracts that they're not allowed to talk about this subject. But we're going to get them. I mean, I'm patient. In the meantime, we have an army of NCAA Division I athletes. I mean, I get 30 to 50 athletes reaching out to me a week to work with us, NCAA athletes. So that is a huge difference from 2 months ago. The tide is turning.
Yeah, it is. And it is mind-boggling to me. We've even talked about it on air, Jennifer, that someone, and let's face it, it's her prominence, which is overwhelming, but she's African-American too. Serena Williams, you believe maybe it's in the contract. They just don't want any trouble, so she can't do it because of that, because they can't bring down Serena Williams. So here's the question, because you faced mobs like... Go ahead.
She also has plenty of money. Like, what is she afraid of? I mean, I want someone currently competing. She's retired. Not that she's not one of the most famous female athletes of all time, but yes, she still has contracts with lots of brands. They are afraid of losing that income, and they could. That they're not wrong about that. But someone like Serena has so much money already. What's the difference?
Right.
Anyway, sorry.
That's okay. Here's where I was going, though. I think these numbers are relatively small, but then some of the other female athletes who are not lesbian or trans or anything else, they feel like what you mentioned with the soccer player. But there is a price to pay. It seems this trans movement is relatively violent, and they are relentless, and they make people believe the numbers are overwhelming, and they will do stuff to you if necessary.
Yeah, I mean, I would say if I just go by the counter protesters, they had nothing to say. They just shouted over us and played music over us. If anybody did approach the mic, they didn't speak rationally on the subject as we did. They just screamed things like trans, 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 as if that's an argument.
Right.
There were a fraction of the number of people on their side. Some of them were half naked. I mean, it doesn't even make any sense. It was so stupid. And there was an interaction where one of the trans-identified activists took a swipe at one of our speakers, a doctor, and initially that person was handcuffed, and then something happened. I wasn't there for it. So he did behave violently, took a swipe at a doctor, and then it was swapped somehow, and the doctor ended up getting arrested. So I don't really understand what went down there. But I agree with you. They're delusional, and they've been indulged in their delusion, and they've been told that this is a genocide, which is a lie. And so they behave violently and angrily.
Let's swing to your apparel company, which is a great positive pushback on this, and something that's fashionable, it looks great, and also sends a message. How's that going? And tell us, listeners who haven't heard you before, some of the styles and what you're doing with the apparel.
Sure. We're called XXXY Athletics. The name reflects the chromosomes. XX is women, XY is men. There's two sexes. That's it. One truth. There's not a third, a fourth, a 72nd. There's just the two, and women deserve their own sports and spaces. I saw an opportunity in the market. All these other brands, Nike, et cetera, they make a ton of money off of pretending to support women, and they don't support women. They don't support female athletes. They don't support the integrity of women's sports. So we're a high-quality, premium athletic brand. We do casual clothing, hoodies, T-shirts, but also workout gear, team uniforms, everything you could possibly want to work out in except shoes. We don't do those yet. We're just under 2 years old. It's going great. We work with tons of college athletes. We work with Riley Gaines, lots of other kind of prominent voices in this movement. And I just felt like we need to influence the cultural conversation. It's been tackled as, legislation through politics, but the fact is the reason we need to tackle it through legislation and politics is because we lost and ceded the cultural battle 10 years ago. And so I think a brand can be part of wresting that back. And I just want to make it cool to stand up and say, men can't be women and girls deserve fairness. That's it. That's a simple statement, and you shouldn't be afraid to say it.
We're going to play Gavin Newsom next. I mean, he's more skilled than that doctor not being able to tell us what a woman was this week, or can a woman get pregnant? But he dodged more artfully, but in the end, he was cornered. And if he can't do it, they don't have anybody that can. Where do we find you? Where's the website for the apparel?
Go to xx-xyathletics.com, or you can just put in thetruthfits.com. That's easier to remember.
Absolutely. Jennifer, thank you again. Thanks for the work that you're doing.
Thanks for having me.
All right, Jennifer Say here on Talk Radio 1210. Get your reaction. We'll play you Newsom with Ben Shapiro coming up. And again, he's more artful than that woman doctor was. in deflecting this. But in the end, don't they know there's no way out of this if the interrogator, the interviewer, just continues to ask this and said, no, you're still not answering it. And they know it. Everybody knows it. Well, I'm just not going to answer it then because it's unanswerable. 855-839-1210. Hit us on the side question, too. See some great ones on Twitter. All-time doomed partners or partnerships. 855-839-1210.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, Joe DeCamry here. When you're making your New Year's resolutions, be sure to think about your car and your wallet and then head on over to United Tire and Service. Taking care of your car and saving money is a resolution you can actually keep thanks to United Tire. From new tires to full inspections, oil changes, and more, United Tire and Service will keep your car in shape without breaking the bank. Stop by your locally owned United Tire and Service or go to UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions like you are tuning into Newsmax. You're watching Newsmax on cable. You're going to our streaming channel, Newsmax 2. And you're downloading our free Newsmax app on your smartphones and TVs. Reuters Institute says we're now one of the top news brands in the nation. Every night, watch great shows with Rob Schmidt, Carl Higbie, Rob Finnerty, and more as they expose the big media lies, the Washington swamp, and they're never afraid to talk about faith, freedom, and the values that made us great. Find out why Newsmax is the fastest-growing news channel in America. Make the switch today and join our news revolution. Get Newsmax on cable, on streaming, and download the free app today. It takes just seconds to start. Let President Trump know you stand with Newsmax. It's for real news, for real people. Make the switch today.
Attention PA New Jersey home sellers. If you're over 60 and you've been thinking about selling in 2026, do not start too late, as sellers are losing thousands before the sign even goes up. They fix the wrong things, they guess at price, and they get blindsided at inspections. So learn the 10 new rules of selling over 60 at my free breakfast seminar, 9 a.m. January 31st at the Hilton Garden Inn, Fort Washington. Join me, Diane Cordano-Casaccio, Cordano Realtors, and special guest Dom Giordano. Come live or on Zoom. Should you downsize now or stay put? What are your capital gains? How to declutter 30 years of your stuff? What do you fix or not fix? Should you sell as is? And how to price and market your home to sell fast. All attendees get a free copy of my newest book, The Hidden Costs of Overpricing. Diane Cordano says RSVP now at 215-576-8666 or go to 215-576-8666.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, it is Dom time, and we're in Shock City here, your Philadelphia Phillies. Henry finally had a guy whose name is very close to Bichette. And I still may do on Monday all-time Bows of one sort or another because it's too good of a side question. Has signed with those amazing Mets. $42 million a year, $126 million over 3 years. And I thought this was really going to jolt the Phillies. And Henry and the Phillies capitulated to the catcher immediately after that.
Yeah.
Seems.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
What happened to that John Middleton quote about, no one remembers the owners that made the most money.
Right.
They remember the ones that won, so I'm not afraid of spending money. And what's he done since?
He spends money.
On what?
I got to say, he spent a
He
lot
hasn't
of
done
money
it in like
payroll.
3 years.
Well, the Mets, though, just have more money, that's
Do
unbelievable.
they?
Yeah.
I mean,
I
get Cohen, but like,
he's a hedge fund
Middleton's
of hedge
no
fund guys.
slouch.
No, but this guy just burns money. We've seen what he's done. So, all right. So a little disappointment in the air today. Phone lines are 855-839-1210. Let's go to Martin in Abington. And Martin, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Martin.
Hi, how you doing? Great show. I got a doomed relationship a little bit later. But I wanted to say, your last caller talked a lot about that there's no give at all and people are here illegally. I would challenge him on that. I would challenge him that our First Lady, it's been proven without any doubt, worked here before she had a green card. She worked here on her nude calendar, and then she worked here on 8 jobs where she earned $85,000. She did not have a green card for that. When she finally did get her green card, she had to lie on that about her previous work, which makes her null and void.
I would say then that Democrats ought to prosecute this. Let's see where it goes.
Well, wait a minute. Nobody has to prosecute. That's the great thing. ICE can just run up and zip tie her, throw her on the ground, she disappears, and there's no due process. And then that guy who called before me, he can sit there and say, is this really who we are? Is this really who we are?
Yeah, well, Martin, tell me, let me just ask you the question then. Okay, you don't like ICE, you don't like the procedures. Let's get back to this, the messaging.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
All right, so what do we do? What do we do with this? I went round and round with the sheriff yesterday on this. Is the position that if you make it here, then you're okay as long as you don't commit major crimes. Is that it?
No, we do exactly what they're doing now, and we arrest Melania Trump. And then we choke on who we are and what we are, and we see if we can live with who we are. We had a girl shop the other day. You talked about it. But I would turn that around on you and say, the same day I saw ICE cars driving and bumping people's side and knocking them down. But we're not going to go on the Dom Giordano show, which I respect, and say that's reason to pull your weapon and say I'm in danger and shoot them 3 times in the head. Okay? That's not the reason.
Okay, Martin, but you're aware. Okay, Martin, thank you for that. But you're aware with the cop, we're talking about now it's going to be looked at. Did he violate procedures here in front of the car? You really believe criminally this guy to be charged criminally?
I think that I'm going with the FBI director who was the head of the Lethal Force Division for 27 years, who says it was second-degree murder, the first shot. The next 2 were first degree, but he will get off with PTSD. And by the way, the vice president has kind of agreed with this. They'll get off with PTSD and they'll get a big settlement. Okay? I think that if you watch the film, we have to stop in the Republican Party suspending reality.
I'm not suspending reality, but look, and as I said, it'll be a matter, did he violate their procedure by ending up somehow or another in front of the car? But it's the reasonable person standard. I'm not sure Minnesota law. I think it's very similar. And I'm telling you, you're not going to find people to say he acted with indifference in doing this. Martin, I'm out of time. What's your side today? Who is it?
I'm going to say Prince Charles and Lady Di.
Yes, wow. I think that's a very good one. Yeah. I think that is a very, very good one. Yeah. Why that type? I had the Royals, they arranged stuff and all, but yeah, Bonnie Prince Charles, who was in love with the woman he's with now, apparently.
Yeah, Camilla.
Yeah, Camilla. There's a lot of evidence of that, and Diana, who I'm not in the camp of the highest regard for her either, to put it mildly.
Why is that?
Well,
she wore an Eagles jacket.
Right, that's true. But it's the same thing. Here we go. Jacqueline Kennedy. You look at who they go with after their release from something else that we've seen them. When you go with Onassis after JFK, pretty bad to me.
So you're saying what? Princess Di was kind of like with the other guy?
Yeah, this guy. I mean, Not exactly. Look, I'm not saying it's something that's any of my business, but don't glorify her then. Let's not go down that path.
So you're not a fan of Gisele Bündchen leaving Tom for her, whatever, yoga instructor?
I think Tom Brady would be impossible to be with, too. So, yeah, there's that. I admire him. I admire him as an athlete, but living with him, man, that might be
very meticulous.
He's waking up the first half hours. He's down a gallon of water.
Yeah, he's never had a strawberry in his life. Never had him
the
in his
strawberry
house.
thing when he did the strawberries. Yeah. All right. I guess I have to think he's still the best. Mahomes is really disappointed. I thought he would contend to be the best of all time. He's not going to.
I think he will. I think he's got to get that offensive coordinator out of KC.
He's got a long road, though. When you win 6 and then you go on your own to Tampa and win the 7th, that's pretty impressive.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. No, it solidified his career over Belichick's for
You're
sure.
crazed, but that's what you got to do to win. We'd love him here in Philadelphia. Yeah. I think he's gotten better as a commentator.
Oh, absolutely.
I don't think he's horrible now.
Well, everyone's saying how much he's surpassed Romo in only 2 seasons.
Maybe.
Well, Romo's annoying.
All right,
I don't know, Dom.
All right. All right. Coming up, we are going to talk with our police guy, Ross, in St. Paul, about this notion out there that's being spread by the media and by some that ICE is really under fire from cops. Cops don't respect them. They're wannabes. They're making it bad for cops. Across the country, they're saying that. In fact, yesterday we had the sheriff saying that he was hearing from all kinds of police chiefs, hey, we got to stop this illegal stuff with ICE because people are afraid and people are going to be unsafe because they won't report crimes. We got into it a little bit on that. I heard him on that, and I don't think he's lying. I think it's accurate. But shame on those police chiefs. So because we have people here illegally that are afraid because of what's going on, we then should act on that to not do anything on illegal immigration. But they're the ones that are here illegally. They're saying, well, you're not living, Dom, in the real world. All right, we're also going to talk with Jarrett Coleman. He was on before. We'll get an update on Josh Shapiro, $80,000 to trim his hedges over in Abington for security. But Jarrett Coleman making a lot of news. Glad you got him, Henry. Opening up and saying Philadelphia is a blank hole, kind of like Haiti, because of Rochelle Bilal. Doesn't it sound like a Hollywood star, Rochelle Bilal?
Rochelle.
Yeah, there you go. And Larry Krasner. What a duo. Larry there with the glasses, insufferable. Rochelle Bilal. I'm bringing the smoke. And Larry gets up. That's right. We're bringing the smoke. Trump must be disengaged with Greenland too much. If we play for Trump, Rochelle Bilal, how quickly will ICE be here in Philadelphia, do you think? All right. 855-839-1210.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-990-1551. That's 800-990-1551.
You don't want to miss a moment of Flyers hockey on Broad Street this season. Be here when the Flyers take on the New York Rangers in a matinee matchup on Saturday, January 17th at 1 p.m. Presented by Bank of America.
Drops it off Grbankin to the slot. The shot score! Nikita Grbankin is first in the National Hockey League.
Experience it here because Flyers hockey is better live. And the only place to watch is at Xfinity Mobile Arena. Get your tickets now at PhiladelphiaFlyers.com.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At Horizon Heating and Cooling, we know the holidays bring joy, laughter, and lots of people messing with the thermostat. Uncle Steve, visiting from out west, wants the heat cranked way up, and all the roughhousing little cousins want it Arctic. Horizon will keep your HVAC system running strong all season long with expert installation and same-day emergency service. And right now, get up to $5,000 off a new HVAC system install, plus flexible financing available on installs and major repairs. Book horizonservices.com today.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Kale & Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Will you commit to doing the bike ride with us in July?
Well, I sold my bike about 2 years ago. I don't have a bike.
Harry, we already have a bike lined up for you. Wayne Bonfiglio from FOP Lodge 56.
56.
What's happening, Wayne?
Give me a couple of weeks. We'll see if we can locate one.
Very good. Thank you, Wayne.
Thank you, Wayne.
You got it.
Love you, Wayne.
Nice.
There he is.
See you in July.
Love you, brother. The great Wayne Bonfiglio. Family's behind the badge.
Start your day with Kale & Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Okay, it is Dom time, 855-839-1210. Don't save them to the end. You may not get on. Hit us that all-time partnership, relationship. You know, could be a company, could be countries, could be a product, could be celebrities that was doomed to failure this day or right around this day. Joe D. and Marilyn Monroe get married. Lasted 9 months, allegedly. All right. I would say Jarrett Coleman, who's been on the show before, Senator Coleman, who was on talking about Josh Shapiro and the nonsense he's done with both the mansion as far as uptick of things we don't know as far as security, but also his own residence. Remember that $80,000, trim the bushes, the landscaping, et cetera. He'll be here momentarily. He's created a firestorm by talking about Philadelphia, and he hasn't backed away from it. I'll let him speak on that. Being a blank hole because of the antics is the way I interpret it, of Larry Krasner, and of course, a new person on the scene that we always knew about, but maybe they didn't in Harrisburg, Rochelle Bilal, around ICE, etc. He's from Pennsylvania's 16th district. As I said, he's been with us because his committee that he heads, I think he was with us too, maybe on the truck drivers and CDL. I'm not sure. The Josh Shapiro antics over in Abington with his home, upgrades of $1 million. You want him to be safe, but is all that necessary? All right, let's go to the senator here on Talk Radio 1210. Senator, welcome back. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me on board. As you are correct.
I'm fortunate to be in a position to chair the Senate Intergovernmental Operations Committee, which looks around how different sectors of government work together, or in some instances against each other. As you mentioned, the governor's private upgrades to the unofficial residents in Abington. Those subpoenas actually are due today at noon. Were due at noon, and we've just started receiving information, so we'll have an update for folks in the coming days about what we've learned about how the money was spent, and if it actually even legally can be used to pay for your private home. But thank you for having me on about this topic.
Yeah, well, thank
today.
you. Yeah, and thank you for coming on, and you haven't backed away from it. The media may be mischaracterizing it, that suddenly you just woke up and said Philadelphia is a blank hole. What happened? How did this come up?
It's like they don't. It's like they don't think that we didn't think this through. Like that we didn't really think. What do you think? What do you think about it? Is it this? Listen. This all came about because Larry Krasner was threatening to arrest federal law enforcement officers, and I said the statements by a Philadelphia district attorney and the sheriff are simply empty threats. That the district attorney and the sheriff know they can't interfere and they won't interfere with federal law enforcement. And if they do, and folks, when they say interfere, what they mean is obstruct. And if they want to obstruct federal law enforcement efforts, the Senate will be the least of their worries. And then what I said is maybe if Krasner's office instead prosecuted real crime more regularly, that Philadelphia wouldn't be such a you-know-what. And I'm sorry that I just say what everyone is thinking. Like, I'm sorry. I don't know what the problem is for acknowledging the truth. It's like some guy's looking at you, he's giving you a chocolate cake, and he's saying, eat this vanilla cake. And you're looking at him like, this is not a chocolate cake. And he's like, yes, it is. I mean, this is absurd. And quite honestly, I've heard from hundreds of Pennsylvanians since this saying thank you for saying what we're all thinking. And to be clear, the backlash only comes from the elected Democrat establishment in Philadelphia, where Senator Nicole Savall, a Democrat, says that Philly's a vibrant, safe, connected community, right? I mean, look, the data, just look at the data. Philadelphia's violent crime is 3.7 times higher than that of the entire state. The murder rate is 3.5 times higher. Rape is almost 2 times higher. Vehicle theft, 5.3 times higher. The overall crime, and maybe we should go with the FBI, right? They know a little about crime. Philadelphia's overall crime rate in 2024 was 157% higher than the national average. The violent crime rate was 153% above the national average, and the property crime was 158.4% above the national average. I think the data speaks for themselves. And what's funny enough, when we told the Inquirer and they asked about this, are you standing your ground? Well, absolutely. And we said, look at the crime data, and they wouldn't even publish the crime data in the story.
They didn't. That would have put context, and they made it look like, here's what they're, this, but for listeners, they're trying to make this, and for some reason, they keep on referencing you're a guy from Allentown. I don't know why. They're trying to make you up there barefoot in Bradford County. How dare you look down on Philadelphia, which they always say the economic driver of the state. They don't say the welfare rate, the SNAP rate, all the money that gets sluiced here for SEPTA to be flushed down a toilet. They don't talk about that.
Yeah, exactly. And look, I'm just saying what everyone knows and what everyone's thinking, and I have a platform to be able to do that, and they're upset that I'm saying what everyone is thinking. And I've had people, I had a guy on Twitter say, that he's a Philadelphia guy, Kensington to be exact. He says, referencing me, they're not lying. You're worried that, the Democrat establishment is worried about feelings. I'm worried about the hundreds, if not thousands, 8 blocks from me, living outside, living in squalor in an open-air drug market. Stop looking to be offended. And it really makes you wonder, why is it such a problem to acknowledge that it is a problem?
Let me give you the other side.
People of Philadelphia, Dom, the people are beautiful. People of Philadelphia are, right, people of Philadelphia are beautiful people, and they deserve way better than what they're getting right now.
Well, let me give you the other side. The other side that they're bringing up here that I see to give you a chance with this. Oh, imagine if somebody in Philadelphia said something like this, that critical of rural Pennsylvania. That's what is going on here.
Well, our district attorneys prosecute crime.
Right.
So they wouldn't say that.
And Rochelle Bilal, what's the reception in Harris? See, I know her over the years, et cetera. You might, but it was a shock to people. Did they really think in parts of, I know in parts of the country, Senator, maybe in Harrisburg, did they forget she's not in charge of law and order here? It's a sheriff's department that should be abolished. The police commissioner pretty much stated that finally.
Yeah, I mean, I think, too, when folks saw the retraction, it almost like she had to do a retraction where she looked like she was almost tearing up that she had to say that her authority was somewhat limited. I mean, look, and then the second press conference where I think you could hear the echoes because no one was there. I think this is just, it's a shame. We need to be supporting law enforcement, and especially for them. They're in law enforcement. You need to support law enforcement. I don't think anyone's taking them seriously. It's I don't think anyone I've heard is taking either of them very seriously over this.
Absolutely.
How do you stand and talk about any type of crime based on the record? Just look at the record. You're not credible, right? So.
No, as you know, but for listeners too, context, that's why we really wanted to get you on. It's not being attitude. It's more like this guy in Allentown just criticized Philadelphia, the people of Philadelphia, the Eagles. They don't say that. I'm just adding that. Rather than it's through the lens of Larry Krasner, who routinely goes off on the rest of the state.
Yeah, I mean, and they're to be clear, the drummed up backlash is just from Democrat lawmakers. There was a U.S. rep from down, I guess, towards Philly there, someone saying that it was, that it was disrespectful. Brendan Boyle said, it's disrespectful. Well, no, what's actually disrespectful is how these folks are being treated in Philadelphia, and that they have to live in an area that has crime at the levels that it is now. I mean, how do you feel having your kids going? Would you let your kids walk through Kensington? Would you do that?
Well, for yours, Brendan Boyle, I think someday has odds on, if there's ever a white male again, to be the speaker if the Democrats get in Northeast Philadelphia. He's a powerhouse here. So, when he comes after you, Senator, that's big trouble.
Well, you know what? Again, I'm just saying the quiet part out loud. I'm saying what people are thinking, and, that's what I'm going to do. Because at the end of the day, this is what people are thinking, and Philadelphians deserve a heck of a lot better than what they're currently getting.
Please come back when all this Shapiro stuff moves forward because, again, the media, I do a show here. I'm thrilled to be on. It's like our Meet the Press. But every pundit on there, I think, maybe one other senator, except for me, they think this guy is just this political a juggernaut and is just incredible and all that. And we don't even know. We don't know if he has a glass jaw or not. Other than the first time he ran, he's never really run against anybody well-funded, et cetera. So in Stacey Garrity, we have somebody who's going to make a big show with this. I don't know if she'll win or not, but I think this is going to be a tussle.
Correct. I mean, while Josh Shapiro likes to say that, he's doing all this for Pennsylvania. The only Pennsylvania Josh Shapiro cares about is 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. And that is true. That is true. Everything he says is a half true. He talks about, education outcomes. Look at the outcomes of education. They're not good, right? If folks are just able to take it a layer further, everything he says, he is doing the exact opposite of.
Exactly.
And folks, we just need to dig deep because this is, Pennsylvanians deserve so much better. So we're going to keep everyone updated as this goes along. The subpoenas we're due at noon today. We're reviewing the information. We're going to go ahead and let everyone know in the coming next week or early the following week exactly what we found in terms of the unprecedented 1.3 over $1 million being spent on private home and really unprecedented. Honestly, we're at the point where I don't think the Treasury can pay the bills because you can't use a lot of these procurement methods are only for public real property, not private property.
Well, we welcome you back. When that happens instantly, please just let us know, let Henry know, and we will talk.
Absolutely. And if anyone has anything that's on their mind or it's something they like, someone to look into, please, on Facebook, Senator Jared Coleman or senatorcoleman.com. I'd love to know how you feel.
Thank you, Senator. Have a nice weekend. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you. You too. Bye-bye.
Senator Jared Coleman. So initially, Henry, when I saw this morning, I thought it was oh my God, this guy's just bashing Philadelphia. It was through the lens of the Krasner, Rochelle Bilal. We'll have him back. $1.3 million, Josh. Well, $80,000 to trim your hedges. Money doesn't go that far. And she's the treasurer. Will she not pay the bill? We'll see. All right, let's do the Dom's Money Melody, and then we'll have special guest Mark Ross on. It's time for Dom's Money Melody.
Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
That is right. We're playing for a copy of Scott Jennings' book, A Revolution of Common Sense, How Donald Trump Stormed Washington and Fought for Western Civilization. Henry.
Yeah, Dom. So on the side, we are asking for partnerships that were just doomed to fail. And back in the 60s, Cream was a band that was, hitting the top of the charts, but not really getting along behind the scenes as Ginger Baker and Jack Bruce were at each other's throats time and time again, and Eric Clapton in the middle just being like, guys, can we play some music here, please? Please, eventually leading to their breakup in 1968. So I'm going to play for you today. I'm going to play for you White Room, covered by a solo artist that was formerly of another big band, I'd say in the 70s, so the next decade after, a big-haired band from the 70s, I'll say that much. This guitarist broke off, had I'd say mildly successful solo career. He's got at least one hit song that I know of. I want to know this big-haired lead guitarist that was formerly of another band that broke up in 1980 and then 1982 again over, creative control issues, drug use, alcohol use, money disputes, who's getting what. So I want to know this solo artist of a formerly big-haired band playing White Room. All right, let's take a listen.
All righty, hit us with that, and you get the Scott Jennings book right now at 855-839-1210. By the way, thanks to our partners that bring us Dom's Money Melody, NavyLeaguePhilly.org, NavyLeaguePhilly.org. You hear these guys, served in the Navy, Coast Guard, Marines, etc. They do tremendous work. It's an organization you'll want to become part of. They're the people I watch the Army-Navy game with. NavyLeaguePhilly.org. By the way, too, for the $50 gift card today, we pick it out with a winner. Today's goes into the hat. Pretty good one. Fictional characters. A duo, a partnership that was doomed to failure. Richie Aprile and Janice Soprano. Oh man. Oh, my God. Yeah. Well, then there was Ralphie and Janice. That might have been more.
Well, I'd even go Ralphie and Roe.
That's right.
Yeah, because then you see Janice on the side, and then he breaks it off with Roe, and Janice is like, get the hell out of my face.
But Richie Aprile. What an all-time. Oh, that guy. That guy, the instant he was on the screen.
What, Tony, you don't like the jacket?
Yeah. I took it off this guy at my side. And Junior, the way he carries himself at his size. Oh, God.
Never had the makings of a varsity athlete.
Jimmy Stewart, what would he say?
What do you want, the moon?
All right, 855-839-1210.
Dawn Stensland here. Oh, the excitement is building. Portugal and Spain this spring. I wouldn't go anywhere across the pond unless Conservative Tours was running the show for you. A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. And after the last 2 adventures in Europe with you, I wouldn't recommend you to anybody else. Fine dining with great wines, seaside villages that take your breath away. They are so stunning to behold. 5738, yes, that includes your nonstop flight from Philadelphia to Lisbon. The picturesque Douro River Valley, 4-star hotel properties, and dining events to rival the best in Europe for 10 days. Portugal is Europe's best-kept secret. I want to take you there before the secret's out. Private Portuguese tour escort, step over the border into Galicia in Old World Spain, fly home from Porto. 888-733-9494, conservativetours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
Picking out an engagement ring can be terrifying. You're searching for the ring, but have no idea where to start. Go to Family & Company Jewelers in Marlton. The team, especially JR, makes it easy. No pressure, just real help from someone who cares. They break down diamonds, styles, and what actually matters. Their selection is huge. Every shape, size, and price range. You leave confident, not overwhelmed. When it comes to finding the ring, there's only one place to go. Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Hola, amigos! It's a big noise. Brad Evans from BetMGM tonight. Listen Monday through Friday, starting at 6 p.m. Eastern on Westwood One Sports as we cover the biggest sports stories from coast to coast. Get insights on the NFL playoffs, college basketball conference races, and more. Download the Odyssey app now and listen from anywhere. BetMGM tonight, live and interactive, presented by BetMGM. Tune in, Team Huevos.
Pump up your energy savings with the new Bradford White Aerotherm G2, the only hybrid electric heat pump water heater manufactured in America using the finest components from around the world. It's a Bradford White, so it's built to be the best for years of reliable performance, top efficiency, and energy savings. Plus, rebates and tax credits could save you thousands more. How you heat your water matters. So ask your plumbing pro about the Aerotherm heat pump water heater and visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It's Dom Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
All right, let's hear the clue, and then we'll go to Mark Ross, president of the St. Paul Police Association here with Dom. Go right ahead, Henry. Okay. It's Robert and Ben Salem first, right? Robert and Ben Salem? Yeah, gotcha. Robert and Ben Salem, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert, what's your answer?
Hi again, Dom. I'm off the top of my head. I want to thank David Coverdale.
All right, good try. All right, Anthony and Aston, Talk Radio 1210. Anthony, what do you have today?
I have Ace Frehley.
Wow, this is an obscure, I wouldn't have any contention here. Anthony, you're the winner. Enjoy the Scott Jennings book. Okay, let's go to our friend out there in the Twin Cities. I saw Fargo again the other night. It was late, time to get to sleep. No, it was on till like 12:30. Still watching it. Where is Frances McDormand?
Frances McDormand.
McDormand, I haven't seen her in anything recently. Mark Ross, president of the St. Paul Police Federation on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Mark, welcome back with us. Thanks for joining us as always.
Good afternoon, Dom. I'm happy to be back. Thank you.
Well, we started to see several articles and even an interview or two I did here where, people on the other side of this whole struggle are now, the narrative is the cops, they don't like ICE. ICE is bad for them professionally. They started saying it was the NYPD and then others, but we're hearing it here, this type of narrative. Mark, what do you say?
I say it's difficult. We haven't participated in much of this. There are a lot of ICE agents on the ground. There are a lot of Border Patrol agents on the ground. And so far, what I have seen, especially since this large number of Border Patrol agents or officers have come into town, is that they've generally been providing kind of perimeter security for the HSI agents. So our participation still has been very limited. There was a pursuit the other night that ended in a crash in Minneapolis, and that ended up in an officer-involved shooting where an HSI agent did shoot someone who had hit him, I think, with a shovel while he was taking somebody into custody after a vehicle pursuit and then a subsequent foot pursuit. And the local authorities, the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, which is the equivalent of like our state police, came in and they're doing a concurrent investigation, to my knowledge. So, and then again, we had local cops come out and help out with the perimeter and do some crowd control stuff. But that's kind of been the extent of it. We haven't been involved much at all, and we haven't been asked to be involved.
So you're not sensing then again, that this is another attack. What I'm saying is we had that sheriff here in Philadelphia, Rochelle Bilal, say, these ICE people, they never could be cops or want to be cops. They're deficient, all that type of stuff. You don't think that's playing out in the minds of people?
There might be some of that. It's hard when we have thousands of cops in the Twin Cities area, and I'm sure there's a lot of different opinions on it. I think one thing that people need to keep in mind is that a lot of these, specifically the Border Patrol, their jobs are much different day to day than our jobs. So they come in here and they operate under a little different set of rules. There's no doubt about that. And I think, is it wrong? I don't, that's for other people to decide. It's different, that's for sure. But part of the problem is, with respect to the types of protests that have been occurring in the Twin Cities for the last 7 or 8 years, I would say that we've allowed protesters to go a little too far. I think we've given them too much leeway in terms of taking over streets, taking over busy roads, sometimes even taking over interstates. And so we've allowed more of that to occur. The Border Patrol agents, they don't allow a lot of that stuff to occur. I mean, as soon as you break the law, as soon as you interfere or impede with what they're trying to do, they are taking action. And the local folks here, they're not used to that. So it is definitely different. Some people might not be real excited about it, but like I said, I haven't heard a lot of rumblings from the membership that I've been elected to serve.
So to that point now, on the ground, what we're seeing here, are the local police, either St. Paul or Minneapolis, are they now trying to maintain order, or are they still staying away? Because when you and I talk, great experts I brought on like you, Paul Morrow from Fox and others, we all agreed this woman would be alive if in the initial scene, local police had done their part of it, which is to have civil order. She wouldn't have been allowed to block it. They would have taken care of that, and she'd be fine.
Yeah. We haven't been asked to participate in that way for the most part.
Okay.
Like I said, we did jump in the other night when this investigation. We had a large crime scene, actually two crime scenes, one where this car crashed, the other one where the shooting occurred, the whole pursuit. That whole path was locked down, so we did have the locals get in. And I will tell you what, our local folks did tamp it down a little bit. I think the temperature came down when we got involved. But now we have so many federal agents in town, being HSI and Border Patrol. We don't know where they are all the time or what they're doing. There's a lot of different operations going on, and so far on the local level, we basically have just been providing crowd control at protests, organized protests, not necessarily where ICE folks are doing their business.
Well, what I'm asking is, have the authorities, they still won't do that, though, right? They're still under orders. That's seen as assisting ICE if you go to where an operation is.
Yeah, and I think that's a mistake. The politicians here have really dug in,
right?
And whether it's neither St. Paul nor Minneapolis electeds will allow us to coordinate at all with the federal law enforcement agencies that are working here, be it HSI or Border Patrol, and I do think in certain circumstances that is a mistake, because we do have, if we have the resources available, we have a lot of training, we have a lot of tools, and again, we have a system here that has worked for a long time here.
Exactly.
And we have more relationships in the community. A lot of those people, why would they have a relationship in the community? They're not from here. They've never been here.
Right.
I'm not saying their work isn't important or necessary, but it is just a different dynamic.
Absolutely. Well, Mark, how's the podcast going? Tell people where they can access it and what you're doing this week with it.
It's going well. I'm actually going to cut another pod this afternoon with my friend Mike Solon, who's the president of the Seattle Police Officers Guild. He does a nice podcast, too, that's called Hold the Line. My podcast, the St. Paul Police Federation podcast, is the Blue Saints podcast, and you can find it on Podbean, Apple Podcasts, Facebook, X, Instagram, all of our social media sites. There's episodes. So I'm new at this. It's my 4th episode that I'll cut today. So
well, yeah, you're a natural. That's why we invited you back. Question for you too: when you mentioned Seattle, Mark, I remember this is a few years back. They were offering, I want to say, $87,000. The number seems to stick in my mind. Starting as a cop in Seattle, where things had been rough at times, and they were having trouble recruiting. Where you are, maybe particularly after this, where really you're caught in the middle of all this. What's the starting salary, say, for a cop in St. Paul? And can you recruit cops?
St. Paul, we're right around $85,000, and we've made some gains in terms of recruiting. We're still about 10% down in our workforce. Since 2020, we've been down anywhere from 10 to almost 20% of our workforce. We haven't been able to fill our ranks in 5 years. It is challenging, and that's for two reasons.
At 85, though, Mark, here in Philadelphia, I have to look it up. I think it's 54 or 56 to start.
Yeah. Our folks right now, I think, they're starting at 85 to 87. I think out in Seattle, it's probably over 6 figures now just to start.
To start.
Yeah. No, the pay and benefits, it's good pay and good benefits, but people still think, boy, do I want to put myself out there like that and potentially be charged and tried for a crime just for doing my job? I mean, that's kind of where we're at right now.
Well, I don't know. Does this name, I'm just testing it nationwide, does the name Larry Krasner, is that on your radar screen?
Oh, yeah, that's been on our radar for a long time.
There we go.
Because, I mean, boy, talk about terrible policies, my goodness. But the folks here, this is where us Midwesterners, we get all these politicians get their ideas from the East and West Coast. So, Larry Krasner, my goodness, sorry that you have to deal with that bum.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you for coming on. And again, where do we get the podcast?
Blue Saints podcast, Podbean, Apple Podcast, St. Paul Police Federation, Facebook, Instagram, X, all that. Please check it out.
Have a nice weekend, Mark. Thank you very much.
Take care, sir. Bye now.
All right, Henry, another fine for you. That's in your column with E.J. Antoni. Mark Ross, he was on months before. Do you hear what he said in Seattle? It's over $100,000 a year to start.
Yeah, that's crazy. Can
you Google it, because I'm doing it, but I believe Philadelphia is in like that 56 or so. Come on, guys. Then it's hard enough to recruit cops. Their standard of living is not that much higher Seattle than Philadelphia.
It's around 65 annually.
Oh, it's 65 now. Yeah. Okay. All right. Making progress. That's up a little bit. But 65 versus 100. There's a cachet associated with 100. If you're saying a cop, as bad as it is, there's the Krasner factor. We need a Krasner raise here. It should be $1 million to start, knowing Larry Krasner is staring you down right there for the slightest action. 65. Okay, benefits are pretty good, but you got Krasner. Coming up, we'll take your calls. We want to get a winner on this great side question today. All-time bad partnership, but Mondani and his wife are installing something at the official residence. Now, I don't know if I'd call this a luxury item or not, but I am intrigued by it because I've never seen it here. But when we went on every time we've been to Europe, it's there.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know. I guess it might be a cultural thing. That you're
It's
saying,
a cultural
but
thing.
But like
yes.
here, it might be considered a luxury. Maybe not in other countries.
I think it is, yeah. And I'm just going to see what percentage of listeners do you think have this, quote, luxury item of our listeners? I'd say 10%.
I was going to say 1 in maybe 5 or 6.
Okay, that much. All right, we'll see when we give you that next here. You might be right. Maybe it's become a bit more I've almost never seen it here. But in Europe, every bathroom or other rooms, you will see it, yeah. 855-839-1210. Let's get a winner next on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. I only talk about companies I actually use in my own home, of course. And Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding is one of them and has been for many years now. If you've been thinking about maybe replacing your entry door or patio doors, January is a great time to start the planning. Spring will be here before you know it, and it's the perfect season to be enjoying an upgrade like that. What I love about Chapman is just how hands-on they are. From design to installation, they walk you through every single step. Everything's up front and in writing, and the craftsmanship really shows, especially with doors. The difference in curb appeal, security, energy efficiency is immediate. And right now, my friends at Chapman are offering 10% off, which makes now a smart time to start that conversation. So if new doors are on your list this year, my advice is simple. Visit ChapmanWindows.com. That's ChapmanWindows.com. Learn more about my friends at Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding today. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and experts in the Fresh Start Initiative.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
Fire destroys a North Philadelphia restaurant. Crews battle the blaze in the bitter cold, making sure it didn't spread. The dangerously cold temperatures are gripping the Delaware Valley, and we may see some weekend snow. Much of the region is under a code blue. Communities hoping to bring homeless people indoors.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Weather sponsored by the Piazza Auto Group.
The Arctic air mass remains in place across the region today. We'll have a mixture of sunshine and clouds, not as windy with a high 36. Clouds on the increase tonight with a chance for some light snow overnight. A coating is possible, especially north and west of the city with a low 30. And for Saturday, some morning snow and rain showers, then mostly cloudy through the afternoon with a high 42.
Get 0% financing for 60 months on Piazza Nissan's most popular SUVs, the 2026 Rogue, Murano, and remaining 2025 Pathfinders. Shop online at piazzanissan.com or visit them at 265 East Lancaster Avenue in Ardmore.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano show. So I'm just intrigued by this. We may have to go into it on Monday again. I remember swerving into it a couple years ago, but Mayor Mamdani and his wife, First Lady Rama Duwashi, plan to install bidets in the official mayoral residence, Gracie Mansion. Mamdani described this as an aspirational hope when speaking to reporters during his move-in January 2026. The bidets are intended for Gracie Mansion. Mayor Mamdani and the First Lady consider bidets to be more hygienic than using toilet paper alone, a view shared by many parts of the world. including Europe and Asia. The NYC Department of Environmental Protection also supported the idea on social media, stating, more bidets, fewer wet wipes. The installation may face some logistical challenges due to the age of the historic mansion, the difficulties of retrofitting older buildings with new plumbing fixtures. While this private request garnered media attention, Mamdani's public agenda is focused on broader issues like affordability. All right, and New York is going to say, well, wait a minute, buddy. Shouldn't you pay for that? It's not just putting, let's put a little tube in here and there. You heard what they said. I want to see how much this is going to cost, the retrofitting, and then the big sign outside says affordability.
I feel like you can get the ones that just come in the toilet bowl. Like, I feel like you don't need to retroactively. Like,
well, I'm reading from the official documents here. Gracie Mansion's pretty old. So I don't know exactly, but.
So what do you think this message says? Wipe my butt, New York?
You know what? I like that. Mamdani. New York Post, get to our tell Kirsten Fleming, wipe my butt, New York.
I'll send her the soundbite.
Yeah, send a soundbite. She might print that in her column. Henry Machette, Dom Giordano show said, this is a hot week. I could see her doing. New York Post might put that on the front page.
I'd use a more crude word, but.
Yeah, right. Well, New York Post, their covers are brilliant. They had the United States, when they went bankrupt, drop dead New York. They had Gerald Ford saying that on the cover for days, I think it was. You know what? I'm betting the Post will consider putting that as a headline somewhere there.
Better get
and Mamdani will get them. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, send it to Kirsten Fleming. She's our go-to. Let's go to David in Lexington, South Carolina. Hey, David.
Hey, Dom. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hope y'all having a great day.
Thank you. You too.
Real quick, I wonder if people like Martin who want to see Melania get deported, I wonder if they would cause a big ruckus and uproar if that happened. Would they start throwing rocks at the agents and blocking traffic? I don't think so.
Or would they then say, all right, they took Melania out, so now let's get all these other people that are in quotes here illegally. Right.
Right. As far as my side question, Dom, and I think you said you've been a teacher, so you probably can empathize a little bit. And I got twins that are in 6th grade right now, and their entire time in school, they've only used computers. They don't use paper or anything like that.
Exactly.
And to me, it's just debilitating. They don't learn how to write. Their handwriting is atrocious because they're typing on the keyboard all day long. So I've tried to help make them write some just to get them in practice. But I think by and large, computers and education has been a big downfall.
Absolutely. I would agree with that. It's the overkill part of this. It's fine. It's necessary. But then it's a panacea. That's what happened with this. If not right now, 10 years ago, they didn't have a computer. The world ends.
I think you missed the bigger part of that. It's like, when I was using like computers and iPads in high school and stuff, like I wasn't paying attention in class. I was playing games. I downloaded a Game Boy emulator, and I was playing old Game Boy games throughout the class instead of paying attention. Like, that's the bigger. Forget handwriting.
Sure. Well, I don't have a time to go into an extended rant today, but Monday, Pennsylvania has a bill that's advancing. And this is always when we don't want to face the problem. To Henry's point there, it's along these lines, that you have kids in school that are not doing homework, not paying attention in school. What do? We come up with some new panacea. So the state Senate, and I thought that the Assembly will definitely pass this, they don't want high schools to start before 8:30. You know the disruption that's going to happen with this, okay? In other words, no start. It's the poor teenager, they say, needs to sleep 8 to 10 hours a day, and they're not going to sleep at night at 10:30, 11 o'clock. So how can they be expected to get up at 7:30? Let's start schools at least at 8:30. All right? It's making its way through. We've been down this road before. And to his point and Henry's, when you cannot address the fundamental problem that America is becoming dumber and dumber every day, what do? You come up with a new solution that at best is going to be marginal. You don't want to face the problems we've seen. COVID did some of this, and we never made an all-out attempt to come out of COVID. All right. Before we get out of here, though, we got the lightning round. I need somebody with a bidet. And people come over and say, oh, you got a bidet in there, too. I don't remember ever seeing anyone in anybody's bathroom here. I haven't seen one here.
I've seen a few, but I'm always too afraid to try it or use it and fear that I'll get water all over myself and I'll have to walk out of the bathroom being like,
yeah, that's right, Henry. You go and you have to use the bath. Well, first of all, I wouldn't go in anybody else's house, unless it's just a quick.
Oh, no, I have no shame. I'll do it anywhere.
Oh, my God.
Look, you got to go. You got to go.
We're going to bring that up on Monday because
social convention?
One of my best times in talk radio was when this guy came over to tune the piano, and Roe didn't know what to do because he's in the bathroom forever, and I think Luke had to go in or something. And people are saying, knock on the door, Dom. Tell him he's here to tune the piano, not to be in the bathroom forever. You just don't do that. You got to time your.
Yeah, I suppose you can't spend all day in the bathroom if you're trying to get a break, but
right, yeah, exactly. All right,
be a little more slick than that.
I wonder who Leslie out there in Bryn Mawr. Do you have a bidet? Maybe. I think it could be as little as 3 to 4% to have a bidet listening, or under that even.
I feel like it's been trendier lately. I don't know. You want one little European excursion, and you go, oh, this is the future.
That's right. If you go to Europe, and I think every bathroom, the last 2 times we've been to Italy, Sicily, Calabria, every place that we stayed at a lot, the last one, I'd say every one of them was a bidet that I remember. Could be one here and there that was not, and maybe they looked down, oh, that didn't have a bidet. Our bathrooms here don't have it. I don't think in public bathrooms in Europe they have it, do they? Would they?
I would doubt it.
Yeah, I would kind of doubt it. That seems a little bit much. Yeah.
Wouldn't even want them at this bathroom.
Most public bidet would probably be in like a hotel.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Mandani and the wife, they're going to have their bidets there. And Henry's going to be in the New York Post for that headline. Come on, Kirsten. Put that in there. You were just on the other day. You have the power to do that. I'm surprised I haven't seen a Post headline on this yet because Mandani is such a target. My God. It's got to be. The people they're too busy going after the goofballs he has on the rental stuff and all that. They haven't even gotten to him yet. All right. I think it is a cultural thing more than anything. 855-839-1210. We're coming to you. Lightning round. We got a winner today, and you get a $50 gift card. Thank you, Jim Harvey, to Gallows and Harb's Burger Bar in Northeast Philadelphia. 855-839-1210.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
You made it through a day that felt like a week. But the second you feel the unmatched comfort of a Lazy Boy recliner, you go from zero to lazy. From doing everything to letting full body comfort do its thing. From rush hour to hours of melty comfort. So come get the comfort you deserve at Lazy Boy. It's the winter savings event. 25% off everything plus an extra 5% off. Lazy Boy. Long live the lazy. Excludes advertised items, select styles, and clearance. See store for details.
As the owner, coach, and quarterback of your small business, you call the shots. From inventory to payroll and more. Now it's time to bring in LendSeek, your funding MVP. No delay of game here. Get up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours for business lines of credit or term loans. Let LendSeek's AI marketplace assist you in making the winning play and score that touchdown. Apply at lendseek.com, LENDSEEK.com.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
You know, it's amazing. The people that have the ability to take these people in are the last to do so. You ever notice that?
Yes.
How wild that is?
Mm-hmm.
Always. You know, Kamala and Doug, they just bought an $8 million Malibu mansion. Let me ask you something. How does an unemployed politician and a lawyer that does not make seven figures afford an $8 million second home? You never notice this, too? Whether it's Martha's Vineyard, Malibu, or in Hawaii, all the Democrat elitists that pitch climate change and the fear of coastal flooding, they all buy beachfront property.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210, WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, it is time, the lightning round. Yeah, we'll have to do more bidet stuff on Monday. I was Googling here some of the percentages, some of the outlandish comments. Donnie. Come on, New York Post. We need that headline. It's perfect. The weekend edition. Put it in on Saturday. We don't care.
Yeah, people love butt stuff. Talk about it.
Exactly. All right, I may text her after the show. Come on, Kirsten. We loved having you on here. Henry came up with this one. The bidet stuff is gold. Do a whole column on bidets. 8 published pages. Attack Trump. He has a throne that's made out of gold. Whatever.
Yeah.
Work that in there.
Didn't he have a gold toilet, right?
Yeah, apparently, yes. Oh, God. How about a silver toilet? All right. Chef Dave in Oak Glen. Hey, Chef Dave, what do you have?
My son has a bidet.
There you go.
Do you use it when you go over the house?
No, I'm not really into washing I use toilet paper, you know.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Why did he get a bidet, though? Was that curious?
I have no idea.
Well, you have to ask him. We need some information on that.
He says it's great.
Okay.
Use less toilet paper, but.
Okay. What's your
and
side
I can
today?
tell you a story.
Yeah.
The first chef I ever worked under was German, and when the Russians came into Germany, they used the toilets to wash themselves in because they didn't know what a toilet was.
Oh, my God. Oh, God.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
All right.
True story.
It's seemingly true with the Russians. I wouldn't doubt it. But, Chef Dave, partnership, who's yours that was doomed to fail?
Oh, mine was the triple alliance between Germany, Austria, and Italy before World War I, and the triple Entente alliance between France, Russia, and Britain. It doomed 20 million people.
Yep.
There ain't much more doomed than that.
Thank you. That was the penalty for doing that. And FDR was asleep at the wheel. Winston Churchill was going, let's take out the Russians too here. You know what they're going to do. Had to do it to beat the Nazis. Wow. This is a good one coming up. It's pretty good. Michael in Wilmington. Michael, what's yours?
Hey, Dom. How's it going today, my good sir?
Good.
Just real quick, I actually grew up with a bidet my whole life. European mom, so it was essential. Actually enjoyed using it all the time. Great thing.
But did you continue? Do you have one where you are now?
I do not, and I wish I did because I was so used to it. But when I got my own place, I'm like, I'm probably not going to add one. I'll just use a regular toilet. It's cool.
Okay. Well, it seems like a luxury item to me. You know, you said European. I think you're upper crust there. You're lying to us a little bit.
Yeah, I got you. So my side question is combination doomed to fail. Should have never ever been done. Is the famous pineapple and pizza? Just don't put the pineapple on the pizza. It's never going to make it. It will never make it. Ever.
Absolutely. I like that one. I got to admit it. There have been some really good ones. This is going to be tough. By the way, Ozempic use helps the airline save on fuel costs. We got to get on this story coming up on Monday. I'm just seeing it on Fox, the headline. And is Ozempic Oprah talking about, well, she's not fat. It was caused by a molecule on The View. Get some Ozempic. Joe and Exton, right on brand. You can count on it, as always. Joe, what's yours today?
Yes, hello, Dom, and good afternoon. My couple who became uncoupled is William Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet.
All right, Joe, we'll leave it at that. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't them. It was circumstances. It was the rest of the world. But that's a pretty doomed couple right from the beginning.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's the one you think of. Dave in Levittown. Hey, Dave, what's yours?
Yeah, Dom, I'm not sure if this qualifies, but Sears and Roebuck, like half the stuff in my house growing up in Levittown came from Sears and Roebuck. And somehow Roebuck dropped off the name, and it was just Sears. But I mean, I bought everything: refrigerator, clothes, lawnmower. I mean, you name it. They even had a kit to build a house.
I know that they would send you to build your own house, Sears and Roebuck. How did it fail? I mean, completely. Yeah, you say it's because of Roebuck.
Yes. So
yeah, where did
I don't know, somewhere Roebuck. I don't know what happened to Roebuck, but I think they split up, and then about 15 years ago, Amazon came in, and they just ended up being a failure.
Thank you very much. Build your own home. Imagine, I'd have to see the statistics. How many people sent away to Sears and Roebuck to build your own home?
I'd imagine a lot back in the day.
Oh, my God.
Buy a plot of land and we're going to build right here.
But Sears and Roebuck, yeah. All right, Drew in Upper Darby. This is a pretty good one, too. Drew, what's yours?
Hey, Dom, thank you so much. You know, Dom, these two actresses, they were doomed even before they met. You know, they resented each other. I think, of course, it was over a gentleman. You know what I mean? And the directors and the producers, they were hesitant to pair them up in certain movies, I think. But after the movie came out and the success of it, you know what? It made their resentment towards each other so much more genuine, and the movie was such a success. I'm talking about Whatever Happened to Baby Jane. It's Betty Davis and Joan Crawford. Thanks, Dom.
Absolutely. You talk about feuds and catfight and just a mentality. And I think now people think Joan Crawford is I think Betty Davis was equal in this, but Joan Crawford, you know, you're beating your kid with the wire hangers or whatever it was.
Oh, okay.
That might be a problem.
No more wire hangers.
Yeah. All right, Sean, who did you like here?
Oh, I remember liking Lance's.
Lance wasn't even in today yet.
Oh,
he didn't get on,
shoot.
though. Sorry. Yeah.
Oh, shoot.
All right, Henry, who did you like?
I like Martin Abington with Charles and Diana. I like David and Lexington with the computers in the classroom. And Michael and Wilmington with Pineapple and Pizza.
Yeah, I know. Maybe it's a little recent. Oh, man, all three. It's killing me. But I like the Pineapple and Pizza as kind of a summary statement here. Yeah, it's still going on. I don't know if it's doomed to fail ultimately, but it sure should and seems like it. Hey, great week here, Sean. Thank you today. And Henry, great week. Of course, the sheriff's interview is up. If you missed it, I thought it was quite good. It's exactly what I wanted to do with Sheriff Seisler.
Well,
now,
we're not done here.
Oh.
We need a winner.
Oh, I'm sorry, too. I'm flat out of time.
Yeah.
I forgot Friday. All right, let's hear the winners.
Quickly. Second Banana, Drew and Upper Darby won. Tuesday, we asked for the all-time jail media, Goodfellas. With Glenn and Ocean City, Something Perfect on Wednesday, Dan and Richborough with The Baby's First Cry. Yesterday, All Time Gamble. We had Apocalypse Now from Earl, and you heard it just now, Michael and Wilmington with Pineapple and Pizza. Put that in the hat. Drum roll, please. It's number one. That is Monday's winner, Drew. Congratulations.
Drew, congratulations. You get the $50 gift card to Gallows Seafood and Harb's Burger Bar, Northeast Philadelphia. Visit them online, gallowsandburgerbar.com. Henry, who's filling in today and this afternoon? 3 to
Sean
6?
Farash and Anna Hummel.
All right. Got all that going on. Have a great weekend, everyone. Come back with us Monday. Be ready on the bidet front and whatever else